I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay. Here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of news today and expect a chance of anti-air missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Ladies and welcome to the show, and it's time once again for the Garena Master 3 to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. This is day number 6, and we are getting to the exciting parts of the group stages as teams will be circling back to the previous matchup, and this is where we changes and improve teams who are working their way to go to the playoffs. I am Neptune, the General Garcia. Together with me are your amazing casters. We have Fashabani and Stasio AJ. Let's start off with Fabani. How are you doing today, and how does it feel that we are going in for, I would say, round 2 of their initial match in this competition?
I mean, thank you so much, GG Neptune. Actually, emphasize the day number 2. This is the second half of the dog, something that people are looking two. We already know what the standings going to be like, and a lot of teams saying that we might have the half foot already going into the playoff, but that's just 1 foot up ahead. Might be stumble upon another team who might flip the table, but there are also teams that has already proven to get a lot of the maps. They didn't even drop any maps. This is something also those teams who are at the bottom, they really need more to actually get to the playoff. On another note, there is something that I also want to emphasize more on AJ Mustachio saying last night about how depressive it is. We had a break after shoutcasting for the Garena Master Center. We have a little bit break. I felt that, man. I do agree on that, Mustachio. When the fact is you have a little bit break and then you see how it is like to be on the Garena Masters, you want to give even more on the hypes out. And this is what it is going to be like when it comes to the first half of and then moving in to the double robin of the last ending. And hopefully the teams will double up their game for this half of the journeys they're going into the qualifiers of the playoff.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and this is where they double up on the tactics as well, the strats that they have on AJ. And this is a set of a match that we missed so far from what you mentioned, the exciting part that you missed from this day. And how do you feel right now going back to this team and shoutcasting them?
Well, I
man.
feel.
Were you talking about AJ or was me? I'm so
I
sorry,
was
man.
talking about AJ. Sorry.
Oh, my bad. All right, AJ, take it away. Sorry, my man.
Excited as always, but of course, before I answer that question, Neptune, real quickly for all of you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the tournament format, at the very start, we had 256 teams in the qualifiers, right? We had separate ones for Malaysia, Singapore, as well as Philippines, and the top 16 teams were chosen. 4 of the 16 teams were invited. The 12 qualified from the 256, right? So it was an arduous journey at the very start. So we've got the creme de la creme of teams up in here at the playoffs, but the journey only gets a little bit more harder, right? Even at this stage, we're still thinning down the herd. This group stage, double round robin setup, as both of these casters have already mentioned already, only the top 2 gets to move on to the playoffs here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And this is where we are really determining who are. If this is the creme de la creme from the group stages, I don't know what will go next, but this is where we grill them really hard to get all the oil and the taste, the juiciness of these teams. And that's what we're going to see on the playoffs. And that will be the 8 teams that will be fighting it off from for the championship. And, well, we'll have to find out as to who are those teams as we move forward to the second half of the group stages. But going back to the question, AJ, how do you feel right now that we are going to see those teams that you miss from day number 1 of this competition?
Yeah, once again, excited. And I also am curious as to how are they going to handle the situation second time around, right? Because in a double round robin setup, you are looking for those revenge setup. You are looking for how much has the team learned from their encounter? How much does the losers of the first series encounter take it and bring those adjustments in against the winners? And whether or not there will be any changes within those results. When we see changes, we see potential within these teams, right? Of course, luck steps into the play just a little bit. If you do win the coin toss, you get to pick 2 out of the 3 maps that might work for you. But for example, if you're going up against a team like Smart Mega, or if you're going up against a team like Almighty that are all rounders in any of all of those maps out there, you then need to double back down and check out exactly how your strategy is working out there on the battlefield, right? Some of those teams have been struggling in here. And see, for example, even as we look at our very first series of the day, Sem9 going up against Almighty, that's going to be a tough one, man. Sem9 has already been taken down 3-0, right? And they were not only beaten 3-0, they were thrashed 3-0. At hardpoint, they could barely reach those 50-point mark, and that was a little disheartening. But how does Sem9 make that comeback in here today? Can they even make a comeback against a team as strong as Almighty? That's how the story is going to be set up for the day, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And that is referring to the first set of groups that will be matching it up on this game. But why are they fighting? What is the reason for that? One of the reasons would be the prize pool. And as we look at the prize pool right now, we are starting off hot in here. Even for those in the lower part of the group stages, we'll be taking home those USDs. 250 for 13 to 16. 9 to 12 will be taking 500. We have a 5 to 8 taking 750. The 4th place will be taking 1,500. Third place, 3,000. Second place, 4,500. And the first place will be taken 10,000 US dollars. And it's almost like it's more than half a million in pesos, almost 45K in ringgit, and around 14K in Singaporean dollars. So that is a lot of money that we're talking about. And this is an opportunity for the teams in here, especially for those performing and also improving, as AJ mentioned, keeps improving within these matches. This is a chance for them to move themselves up into the leaderboards and get a lot more compared to if they are going low on to the rankings. And so far we mentioned this a lot, and this is more focused on the equipment as well as what the team needs for upgrades. But Fasha, let me ask you, what are you going to do just in case you are part of those taking the 10,000 US dollars?
Oh man, I also remember the other day when Callie was like being all Oprah saying, I'll give you battle pass, I'll give you AJ a battle pass. That was amazing. But on my account, I gotta say, we are on my side, there are certain teams or certain people that I know from the side of MYG is also struggling a little bit from some of the, should I say,
Hmm.
financial issues. I probably helped them on their side. They also struggle from all the, how do I say, tragic situation like the natural disasters. They still struggling trying to keep up with everything as it is today. So I want to give some help on them. And also I also heard there were some people who also was affected on the magnitude that was high on the earthquake. So hopefully that
Yeah.
also will be boosted up. If those of you guys who were affected, I'll give some of this money for you guys to actually fix up everything that you need, because some of the players are also affected. So I think this money will definitely boost them all up for the moral of them gaming as well as their life potential to actually help out every of their family members.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what I love about this casters right here, not only do they have big names and big voices, but they have big hearts as well. And oh, thank you for sharing that, Fasha. I mean, it's really good that we can give out to the community that about what we are getting in here. But we'll have to find out what more they will be getting, because we are being shown qualified teams right now. We have a Group A, Almighty Sem 9 and a C8 Legacy. We have Almighty originally four, but the technicalities has taken out one of the team from the group. But this is pretty solid for this team. Almighty really showing that they can take it easily to the top of the group, and winning 6 out of 6 as really take this team, or taking this team to slide through to that playoffs. Sem 9 for day one, they did not look good for the team, especially with Almighty starting off against them, but they got back on track when they went in against C8 Legacy. So they just need to take that momentum if they were able to get that, as well as the learnings that they got from the initial battle that they have. C8 Legacy has proven that they have great potential in this game, so they just need to fight it out and move forward in these matches. And moving forward to Group B right now, starting it off with Smart Omega, the champions of the previous season. Their performance in group stages is promising. Even with the 2 losses that they had, they remain to the top of their group, and that really brings us into a perspective that they will not be taken down that easily. RTL and PDR ESPORTS. These are 2 teams that starting internal competition within this group, and it's just a matter of time until we can paint a picture as to which of these 2 teams will be able to tip the balance to their favor. As for NV Doctors, things need to really turn around for this team, because they have been struggling with their current standings, and the doctor really, they need to diagnose and find a cure, and they need to do it right now. Otherwise, it might be very difficult for them as we move towards the later part of the group stages. Now, we are about to see the next group in this matchup, or in this competition. This is Group C. And this is composed of the Huntsmen, West Point Mambalo Kings, Sector Zero, and ACNO Finesse. The Huntsmen, they had a good lead on top 2 of this group, and I'm pretty confident that they will maintain this within the group. This is where their tenure in the competitive scene will play a good part with the stats and experience as well. And for the West Point Mambalo Kings, there's not much that we can say really because the performance are awesome in here. Clean performance for the Low Kings. So I would say it's very difficult to take them down, and they're also on their way to go in for that playoff space or that slot that they have. For Sector Zero, a great potential for the team. I mean, especially for the respawn modes, as it is composed of one or two-thirds of every matchup, every series, and they have been doing well. Now they just need to put in a little bit tweaks in the gameplay, especially when they are in their run trying to catch up against against the Huntsmen in this game. As for ACNO Finesse, like this is the time that they need to step it up because like this is I'm talking about every matches that they are going to play moving forward is what whatever result it is within the group stages. I'm pretty sure they'll use the experience and the experience and the knowledge they get from this competition to make this team better moving forward. Now, that is a Group C of this competition. In a bit, we're going to see Group D. And this has been dubbed the Group of Death, especially with the teams right here. We have Blacklist Ultimate, we have C8 United, VVE Sports, and CKG Legacy. Wherein Blacklist International Ultimate, no question, top on this group. All I can say is trouble is what is coming to who will be challenging them moving forward in this game. Now, for the C8 United, another team from the C8 brand, they have improved from this when they started their journey in the Garena Masters. So hopefully, more improvement will be seen from this team. VVE Sports, as they come back from Garena Masters Season 1, they are showing good promise in every match that they go in. So hopefully, they'll be able to step in and jump into the playoffs and show more of what they can do in these matches. For CKG Legacy, similar to what we mentioned from those standing at the bottom of each group, like they need to catch up with the points. They need to make those adjustments, the learnings that they have from the previous battle, so that they will be able to gather up a lot of points and catch up to that top number 2 of this group. But as we move forward onto the standings, this will show us how or what I have been talking about within those groups. And out of this, looking at Group A, so far it is more of a almighty side, and Sem9 C8 Legacy. I would say it's really toe to toe against each other. AJ, what can you tell about Sem9 and C8 Legacy understanding in this Group A?
I mean, when you look at Sem9, right, they are most definitely the second runner-up to making it into the playoffs. Almighty, the dominant ones in the competition. They've been able to bag out both Sem9 as well as C8 Legacy 3-0 so far, right? C8 Legacy, on the other hand, kind of struggling a tad bit. The last time they went up against each other, we saw exactly what happened. It was a 2-1, with C8 Legacy really taking the players of Sem9 to town when it came to that control matchup. And if things are going to be turning around today, I will not be surprised, because in the first 2 matches where Sem9 did beat C8 Legacy, be it at Hardpoint or at that SND, those 2 games were extremely close, Neptune. So if you were to look at the possibility of C8 Legacy making a comeback today, not only making a comeback is going to be possible, but I won't even be surprised if it's a 3-0, because C8 Legacy is just that sort of a team that has got the quality to take it all the way. But if you look at it in the same way for Sem9, they are hungry, right? They want to go to the playoffs. They want to prove that they can carry the brand all the way through. So it's just going to be 2 very dedicated Call of Duty Mobile teams bashing their heads against each other, both trying to get the win. It's, at the end of the day, a 50-50, but I think C8 Legacy might be hungrier after biting that L the last time round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hungry is the question. Who is much hungrier from this team? I mean, the one who has been taking the great strides within this competition, or for those who have the tenure as well as the experience of multiple competitions before the Garena Masters that will really put up to play in this game. But there you have it. We still have a Group B wherein Smart Omega is still taking the lead. RTL Esports and PDR Esports, as mentioned earlier, they are I would say toe to toe against each other. And this is one thing that is exciting about a group stages just like this is there's no, especially when there's no clear picture just yet as who will be able to take that number two. Number one, it's clear. We have a Smart Omega in there on the number one spot. As well as Group C, we have West Point Mambalo Kings with a clean 9-0 in there, and Blacklist Ultimate with 8-1. But who will be taking that number two spot, especially when their wins and loss ratio are that close to each other? And this is where we are going to find that out how teams will be moving up, starting it off for our schedule. It will be Sem 9 going against Almighty, a repeat from day number one. We also have NV Doctors and Smart Omega in here on the second series. PDR Esports and RTL Esports, I'm pretty sure both our casters are excited to see and find out who will come up top against this team. And on the fourth one, this is a new addition to the series that we have. It is ACNO Finesse and HUNTSMEN. So it's more of really how well they will be able to build up their momentum within each game, as well as to take part in changing or the changes that they have, and the changes or the adjustment that they have with the tactics that they are going to put into. Now, out of this group, Fashabani, who are you excited, or which series are you excited to see for the schedule?
Oh, I can't, man. I mean, I'm always been known by being biased. I know, like even the previous game that I cast, which is day number 3, everybody's saying like this is confirmed. Fasha is biased. Why is she a caster? She's always gonna root on the MYSG. But on the other hand, bro, I'm so sorry for the whole day. This is gonna be my day because every single series we got the MYSG, and not only that, we got RTL, and we know how I feel about the RTL even before
Uh-huh.
they were known as the RTL. So I cannot be biased today because every series is gonna be the best series that I'll be casting on. So I'm looking forward to it up too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are looking forward as well, especially me and AJ, because we mentioned that for the first time we went into the Garena Masters that we missed these big names right here.
Mhm.
And we're going to start it off with Sem9 and Almighty. And AJ, you already made your point about this team of Sem9 and Almighty. But with Sem9, what do you think needs to be done by Sem9, especially as they needed to get, I would say, at least one win in this series to be able to show that they are in here for a comeback?
I mean, when you look at Almighty and Sem9, it wasn't as close as C8 Legacy versus M9 that I broke down earlier on, right? I mean, when you look at C8 Legacy, they had an opportunity. Those matches were close, Hardpoint as well as SND. But in comparison, the matches, the match that Sem9 took against Almighty, they got dropped hot, bro. I mean, we're talking about 33 to 250. Once again, that they had nothing in that matchup. SND was a 0-7. They got thrashed. And at Slums, well, Slums has been the weakest mode for Sem9, but they got thrashed there as well, 0-3. So in order to make a comeback in here today, it's going to take a lot, because not only do you have to outdo the strategy of one of the smartest teams out there on the Call of Duty mobile battlefield, and you know those IQ plays is exactly what the Singaporeans are known for, right? Almighty has been supreme with their strategies, but the mechanical skills are absolutely untouchable, and you know it's going to take a lot from the side of Sem9. I don't know what is it going to take. Maybe some sort of miracle, but although Sem9 is a capable team, Almighty is just built different, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, this is not the first time that these two teams will be going into a competition together. And it's just almighty proven that they are a strong team all throughout. Even if they don't really get the championship, every match that they go into, they give a hard time to their opponents. And as we
Yep.
look at their lineup right now, well, we have seen how well Incendio, Heaven, Shut Up, Jeffro, and Infer J has been doing so far. And high IQ, I really agree with that, AJ, because I was reviewing all of the matches really by these teams trying to put in together, piece in together what really makes this win. And I love how Almighty, they don't go for that fast approach. It's more of a tactical approach, as well as understanding where they can take advantage of a specific map, a certain team within the competition. And that is where they really improve so much time after time. They don't let go of the current meta compared to the other teams who haven't adjusted that well for the for every meta update that we have for every competition. And hopefully this is where magic will be happening for the side of Sem9. I'm still hoping for them, for the best for them, but I would agree as well that Almighty is a very solid team, and it's very difficult. It will make it very difficult for Sem9 at this point. Looking at the head-to-head MVP, we are looking at Bingo and Irfan J. And we've seen how well Bingo has played in this match. And for the side of Irfan J, if you look at their average kills, Bingo has the highest average kills. And I will go back to the previous point that I raised when we look at the average kills. It's not a matter of who has the highest kills. It's because Almighty right now at this point, they have been moving as a team. And looking at the logo, we were talking about this. There is no I in Almighty, especially as Almighty spelled it. And I think that is a good, it is a hypothesis, it is a theory, but probably a good point as well, that the viewers are excited to know that if you are going in as a team, you should not think about the I. You should be thinking about the whole team itself. But there you have it. We have the maps and modes. These are the maps that the teams will be playing on for this 3 games. And Hardpoint and Takeoff will be a first match, and will be followed by Summit on Search and Destroy, and Raid will be for our control mode. And Sem9 right now has banned Slums as well as Annihilator from this match. And for the side of Almighty, they've taken out Hacienda and Purifier. And I would say, back to you, AJ, what do you think would be the difference of gameplay as they jump into the hard point on this takeoff map?
See, the new patch notes was released last night, right? And I'm not so sure whether or not it's already applied to the game, because as I was playing earlier on, the CBR4 still looked like it was just ripping through all of the players out there on the battlefield. The update just kicked in about an hour ago, but even on my iOS system, the update's not available just yet. So I'm a little bit confused on whether or not the new patches are fully in effect. And if they are, that's going to be the biggest game changer in here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. Well, hopefully we'll see a game changer in here in this first matchup. Well, casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much.
AJ, you first, of course. Sorry, my bad.
Go right ahead, Pasha.
All right, we are checking out the Almighty versus Sem9 for the first game at the Hardpoint Takeoff. So far right now, Shadab already taking control of the second floor, and Zhang Yu holding off from the control room, will not go down, will be able to take down, but unfortunately instead will spot him out first and will shut him out. On the other hand, Shadab will be the OBJ, but he's already been taken out by Bingo. A great fast pace by each of this team. They're not going for the overextension, but yet they are struggling a little bit trying to get the whole entire P1 points.
Very big play coming through from Sem9 here. Although they don't get the majority of the points, they've managed to flip the spawns already. Now, this is going to help them out a lot when it comes to that P2. Although they are failing a lot in this P1, we can see that strategy shine through. They are going to stake their lives here. But one of the biggest plays here, Fasha, is going to be them holding on to those anchor spots. Although they do get the spawns, they just lose it just like that. Now, this must be a little disappointing for a Sem9 player. Now, not only do they have to jump back and fight for that hard point, they have to secure back those anchors, and it looks like they're just not being allowed to do so.
Agreed. proposition when it comes to doing the tactics. Yes, idea is good, but once you're not going in for the procedure, not actually going for the end product, in the end, Sam9 is losing all of those gunfights. On the other hand, Almighty, they spotted out each and every single tactic that Sam9 is doing, and they actually backfired to it. And Irfan will be coming in, will be trying to spray out to the Sam9 and able to clear out that P2 easily just to take out both of those Sam9's players. But now Sam9 comes back, able to take it back, but Contest will be coming in from the team of Almighty right here with two players coming through, and Concept had to back up and not even able to control the P2.
Excellent plays coming through from the players of Almighty, making sure they control those anchor spots and continuously send their men right back in here for that P2 play. But it is Sam9, once again, being one step ahead of Almighty, securing the early rotation. They want to lock down P3 as well. But very early on, Almighty breaks their spawns. They take the anchor spawns, and this is going to be huge for the players of Almighty. Although Sam9 was there earlier, Almighty now have the advantage, Vasha.
Yep, they have the advantage. They sprayed out. The early rotation is not going to give any of the boost for the Sam9. But despite here, Zanyu will take from the second control room, but unfortunately will be denied the entrance from Irfan J himself. And Heaven, on the other hand, will spot one to just give a little bit of pressure in. And the Sparrow is out for the take right here. And Sam9 will have a little bit difficulty to get into the
I love the UI update, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. At the top left-hand and right-hand corners, you guys can see the total number of kills that these players have already picked up already. And that's such a huge one. Heaven, beautiful double shot coming through with the Sparrow. Just torturing all of those players. Holding the hard point with that operator just seems to be the winning piece coming through for the players of Almighty. But now, a quick break from the top. And this is the ideation from the players of Sam9 that you really love to see, right? They're trying to break this from all angles because they know taking a straight face-to-face gunfight with the players of Almighty will mean certain death. So the ideation is there, but even the backstab and those executions, those gunfights are still failing one after the other, Vasha.
Agreed. And Sam9, however, needs to step it up at the moment, because the fact is, no matter how ideation is very good for their side, when it comes to prosecution, they're not doing so good. And Almighty, on the other hand, they're doing their best to just clear out every single one. Irfan J is snapping out, slaying each and every single one of them from that mid lane, making sure that the P4 will be clear out. But Sam9 still getting all of those points right here to make sure that they're able to catch it up. But Almighty is already with 95 points in their hands.
A big reason why Sam9 managed to win this hardpoint over was because they broke the spawns first. They took over generators, but that exact play is being executed by the players of Almighty as well. But Concept is on standby with the Sparrow, turns around, manages to pop a shot in anticipation, but nobody is there. All those shots out of the Sparrow have been wasted, and just like that, Almighty breaks the point. But 8 seconds to go. They don't really run away with the matchup yet, Fasha. On for the reset, and we won't see Almighty step it up once again. They don't hop in directly for those hard points. They just send in 1 or 2 objective players. The rest of them always on the road, trying to secure the perimeter first before they send the objective players in. And that's one huge reason of success for Almighty in this matchup mainly. And that's exactly how they're getting all of those slays as well.
Agreed. And on the other hand, Sam9, they try to respond it well, but they aren't doing so good with Shut Up already creating out. This is a great concept from the side of Almighty, knowing for a fact that this tactic will definitely boost them up, not going to go for the overextension, not going to put too much of the effort to actually hold down of the Sam9's concept as well as their own effort. But somehow, right here, the team of Almighty is just taking a sweet time as well as effort just to not actually overexert their own effort, but yet giving all much of the efforts that Sam9 is giving out to backfire their own tactic. And somehow right now, Almighty is doing well. The P1 will not be contested, but on the other hand, P2, they're not going to give any chance. But Sia coming in, Jeffro is already waiting right here. We will be making sure that none of the Sam9 will be getting into the launch.
So it looks like the players of Sam9 haven't really updated their game or updated their guns in the matchup just yet, right? As you can see, the players of Almighty already adapting to the new meta. Those KSPs in use. And the time to kill on the KSP 45 on this new meta is absolutely insane, right? Has it replaced the Mac 10? Has it essentially replaced the CBR4 as well? It looks like Jeff Pro is proving it has.
Maybe it could be. And on the other hand, I agree on you on the thoughts that CBR is still maintained a great option when it comes to using a weapon. But when it comes to seeing that PSV is finally in action, and we are able to see it in the tournament as the relay of the team of Almighty already portrayed, I like this. This is going to be a whole new set of, build up of energy coming in from another weapon, and to be a meta as well for the season. But Sam9, on the other hand, they're struggling. They're not even figuring out how to actually go through to break to the side of Almighty, and even trying to do the early rotation again and again, the Almighty still breaks them.
See if or not Irfan J will continue running down here. It looks like he does. Concept smashes him with the CBR. 4 steps right back in here for the play. But the hard point switches sides. And once again, Sem9 with the early rotation. But will they be able to sustain? It all depends on the approach of Almighty. They haven't gone in for the anchor spots just yet. Almighty switching up the play this time around. Instead of taking that backstab, which Sem9 was anticipating, they take the fight straight up into the hard point from the excess of red area. And they force Sem9 to make the rotations from the back. And although Sem9 has got the advantage in terms of rotations out of the variable spawn, they don't seem to be winning their gunfights once again. And I cannot help but feel it is mainly because Almighty have switched on to the guns that are applied to this meta, and Sem9 are still stuck in the previous season. Bingo needs to switch that out. Those KSP-45s need to be whipped out in the next matchup, Pasha.
Maybe CBR is not going to be good for the Sem9 right here, guys. On the other hand, Almighty, despite losing this P2, this is just scrap times for the Sem9. On the other hand, Irfan coming in, takes down, but Smokey comes in and takes him down as well. But that's just scrap times. Not going to be enough for the Sem9 to actually chase up to the point of the Almighty. But the early rotation coming in for the P4 right here. Irfan slaying off. He founds one, but unfortunately will be traded off by Bingo as well. But right here, Incendio coming in to incend to the side of Sem9. But no, Sem9 coming in. They're finally rushing up. They're fighting back. This is the fighting spirit that we're looking for. And Bingo with the Predator missile shutting up. But Jeffro also resides, as well as that Bingo will be taken down right here. But that gravity vortex coming off from Sia right here. This is it. We were wondering what happened to the Sem9. Are they actually taking it a little bit too far off? Or maybe it is being too hard to fight off with the Almighty. But finally, they come through, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right now, backstab. Anchor spawns held on by Almighty, but they're not able to step on in because Sem9 has just switched on a switch in their heads, and they're just winning each and every single gunfight back to back. Zhengyu, huge fights coming through. If he loses this, he loses the hard point as well. He doesn't drop. He waits for a little bit of backup, and Sem9, they're just fighting their way through this matchup, Pasha. This is unbelievable. If you look at the spawns that were being held on to, Sem9 wasn't supposed to win that at all. They didn't have the numbers to sustain, but so many of those gunfights being won, and Bingo alongside Concept stepping up for the team.
Ooh, look at that Predator missile. After Predator, Sem9 is just stacking out all of those score streaks for themselves. But is it going to be enough to fight off with the Almighty? So far right now, engagement-wise, they are trying to do their best to actually hold it out. But B1 coming in right here, and the Fire Dragon comes towards the Almighty. Now they're using their score tricks again, the Sem9. Will they actually fight it off, or will Sem9 crush right here, right now, once they already finish up using all their score streaks right here? Simsidio takes down one of the players. D1 will be controlled so far. Shots coming through, and both of this team, they're still not giving up at all.
Premature cluster strike being brought out. It doesn't take anybody out from the side of Almighty. Now, this is going to potentially cost the players of Sem9. I would have much more preferred for it to be used at the next hard point to cut off some of those rotation points. But Sem9, they might just pay a huge price for that cluster strike that was just rained down moments ago, Pasha.
Yep, definitely. But they're coming back right here on that scrap times. Still, the P2 will be going in to the launch center. Hopefully, they know what is up. But on the other hand, early rotation is already going in for the side of the Almighty. Sia right now will be slaying, making sure every single side of the Almighty will be taken out. But nope, not gonna give it any chance. And with Smokey trying to get the Goliath, but unfortunately, there will be a steal by the side of the Almighty. A shadow comes through with the Goliath. Unfortunately, it's a take. Hello, call the police. Somebody just stole the Goliath from the hands of the Sem9.
Yeah, and just like that, Almighty, they are pushing on through. The Goliath is going to be shutting down all of those players. And the challenge does come through, but both players shut down. Zhengyu won't be able to do anything. But very smartly, he ducks away. That was a great engagement from the players of Sem9, Fasha. And just like that, they've got the hard point already, but the game is not over. They still need to hustle and catch up.
Jeez, I mean, they stole it out, but unfortunately, Sem9 has a backup plan to actually overcome that situation, which is great. But on the other hand, Jeffro with that Sparrow will give so much pressure to the side of Sam9, and we are moving into 270 points right here. It's still much time for the Almighty to actually push through, but Sam9 on the other hand, they gotta double down right here. P3 coming in right now for the reset, and Jeffro coming through with the Sparrow looking for someone, but Zengyu will be coming in for the backstab.
What a play by Zengyu. Jeffro just took a little bit too long with the Sparrow. And now you can see the ideation coming through from the players of Almighty, right? Trying to roam the perimeter, trying to shut down all of those access from the players of Sem9. But what they didn't expect was for the players of Sem9 themselves to not rush into the hard point like they were doing in those two previous rounds. Sem9 constantly with the early rotation, but Sem9 themselves play the game, play those mind games against Almighty. But time is running out. This is no time for mind games. They just need to rush on in there and win their gunfights, Fasha.
Agreed with Heaven right now, sparring around to actually take him down, but Zayu will be shutting him down as well. Japro, on the other hand, will make sure that this is going to be the end from the side of Sam9. No one is going to contest it all, and it's going to be the easy win from their side, despite a great success as well as effort from the side of Sam9. Yet this first game is all out for the Almighty.
A fantastic play by the players of Sem9 to fight their way back in. But Almighty were super solid when it came to their initial gunfights. And it was the strategy at the very end that kind of caught the players of Sem9 off guard, right? The rotations were solid on the end of Sem9. Engagements, they stepped it up towards the second half. And it was quite surprising to see Bingo rise up to the top, matching up, the likes of Irfan J. But as you can see, the numbers kind of skew towards the players of Almighty. They were slaying a little bit more out there on the battlefield. And as they roamed around the objective, as they roamed around those hard points, making sure Sem9 does not approach, that just turned out to be the success story for Almighty in this matchup. Neptune, your thoughts though, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great battle that has been fought by Sem9 in here. It got too close, especially in the initial part of the game because of the initial rotation of what Sem9 is doing. But knowing Almighty, they know how to control the spawns. And from P4, that is where Almighty turned around and took the lead. Now, they broke in the spawns from the generators, prioritize in the roles that they have. And it has been mentioned earlier about the anchor, but the objective gameplay of Jeff Pro really has shown because of the mechanical skills that he have, he was able to hold one of that hard point, and then the rest of the teams can just clear out the area and control the spawns once again. And what happened from the earlier part as they went in from 1 point, SM9 was able to catch up. It's just the rotations that is a little bit too slow from them mid count of that hard point, because from the start, before the countdowns begins for a hard point, they can get there easily. But within a game, it's very difficult for them to rotate quickly into a hard point. That thus making it difficult to catch up onto the points. And there goes the result. It is 250 to 177 in favor of Almighty. There's a lot more different compared to the first instance that they fought against each other. And this proves to show that Sem9 really has learned from what happened from the earlier part of the earlier matches that they have. And we can also consider the first day jitters of from this team, wherein they didn't really perform that much, and it was in a different map as well. So a lot of factors might have affected it, but this is where Sem9 is really moving up into the game. But from this match, Fasha, what is the most memorable moment that you've seen from this match?
Oh, come on. You know it. You even saw it on the screen itself.
I want to hear it from you.
Shut up. Stealing away that Goliath from the hands of Sam9. Please, somebody clip that and call somebody right now, guys. Because Shut Up just actually did a criminal crime on the hands of Sam9 itself. But hopefully that crime does not continue on the other side of the search and destroy right here. Because so far right now, it's going to be tough for the Sam9 to keep up with the Almighty. Hopefully they'll do better right here on the rounds. So let's go into Sam9 versus the Almighty for round number 2, game number 2 of the search and destroy. Inside you're taking down Concept, on the end spotted out one of the players. Everybody is already inside the control room, but unfortunately the rest of the Sam9s, they're sticking together, making it easy for the Almighty to shut them down easily on that first point.
Neptune, we'll catch up with you in a little bit, buddy. Thank you so much for your analysis. Crazy round here for the players of Almighty, and I feel Sem9 realizes that, oh Lord, the new patches have been applied already. So all of those peacekeepers being dropped, but Incendio still finds Jasmine with his god nade. We see the KSP being popped out by the players of Sem9 as well. Let's see if not Bingo can find a couple of players on the side of Almighty at the very end of his crosshair. Shut up, stands up, shuts down Smokey. Let's look out for the other player as well. And this is the player of Almighty that just shows no fear whatsoever out there. Like literally right at the lines of their enemy here, Pasha.
Oh my lord, that flick of the wrist and every single close range of that sniper. Oh my god, that is amazing from the side of Almighty Shutout. But then again, all of the fans are already rooting for Shutout. They know for what can be done from the side of Shutout. He is phenomenal on the inside and proven when it comes to fighting with the Sem9. But what can Sem9 do right now to patch things up? And with that grenade, takes down Smokey straight away. He never misses, AJ.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, who needs Heaven? Shut up. Oh no, Heaven's gonna step up right now. Shut up, Mustachio. You know what we're talking about. But Heaven, there you go. There you go. Heaven takes the back-to-back chapter of concept. And I guess Heaven just wants to prove that. No, I mean, take a look at it this way, right? You don't even need Heaven to step up. You don't even need Heaven to wake up. When Shut Up is just out there wrapping up those plays back to back. But when Heaven wakes up as well, you come to the realization that at SND, Almighty is just a crack squad. No ifs, buts, or babies about it.
Yep, agreed. And on the other hand, Sem9, they're struggling. They're trying to pick themselves up. They're trying to figure out which area or which side that they want to go in. But each and every single one of it, the team of Almighty can actually spot them. This is going to be tough. Jasmine will be using all that sniper. Hopefully, will be able to give that information to the teammates. But on the other hand, Almighty is already been scattered around. They're already able to be fighting off. And Erfan takes down Smokey with the KSP. And Bingo spots one. But he will be able to trade it off. And he moves back. He spots one. And right now, he will be making sure that he does not overextend. But on the other hand, Heaven and Shut Up takes down two of the players. And now we're left with two more players to go. Heaven will be spraying with that KSP. But unfortunately, Concept gets him killed instead. But he's left all alone. 1v3 and Concept spot once from the side of the A side. He spots from the control room. But no, he gets it. And on the other hand, instead it comes from the backup. In the side of the back, he will be taken down.
I don't know if or not the players of Sem9 have gotten used to the guns that they are playing with right now, because, you know, from what you guys clearly saw earlier on, they were on a totally different setup, right? They realized that Almighty was already playing on the new meta, then they have force switched over to the Peacekeeper as well as the KSP, but nothing seems to be going their way, because, I mean, when you pick up a gun after getting used to another one for so long, you know, one of the greatest things that will pain you is getting used to that recoil, and at a stage like this, it will most definitely affect your gameplay. Sem9 just struggling a little bit with that, Pasha.
Agreed, but Bingo trying to actually convert that struggle, but somehow been spotted out by Heaven. And Concept, on the other hand, will be cornered out by three of the players. And unfortunately, Sem9 still couldn't find any of their base once they switch up that match as well as their weapon, AJ.
Yeah, so noob moment from the Mustachio. Remember I told you guys that I couldn't update my iPad just yet. It was because I was trying to update it, like literally when you search for Call of Duty Mobile on the Play Store, the iOS store, what happens is you don't see an update button, you only see open, but you got to click on the game in itself, and only then will it shows you the update feature. So that's exactly what I clicked on. Please go ahead and update your games, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if any one of you guys who have not done it there. But if I'm the only one who did not do it yet, I apologize. But I've updated myself, and the game is updated now, waiting for me in the background. I now want this competition to end as quickly as possible so that I can play on the new update.
Agreed. I also want to play that. I want to figure out why is it so good on this KFC. I'm looking at Smokey finally able to get one, but unfortunately Shut Up will shut him down instead. But nevertheless, Sem9 finally pulls through at the nick of time, finally getting that 1 point for themselves. While we were talking about it, Sem9 finally figure out the ways to actually move around the team of Almighty.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of rounds for them to get used to all of that kickback from the KSP. Peacekeeper, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure they've run that before, but I have not seen the players of Sem9 focus on, and as you can see, Smokey kind of switching back to the KSP, and by habit, he actually picked up the loadout for his CBR4 first. The guys aren't really super comfortable just yet with this new setup. that's really going to affect their gameplay. They're slowly finding their momentum, but Heaven shutting down Jasmine once again. That'll obviously cripple the players of Sem9 once.
Agreed. And right now, with 4 more players to go, Jeffro will be waiting for the players to go in from the control room. Heaven on the end already with the hard scope. Spots one, but does not shoot yet. But that will give that information. And on the other hand, the Sem9 will be backing off. But the smoke will give a little bit of disturbance from the side of Almighty. We'll be using the melee instead and getting those kills with a double kill of that Manny Panakia, my friend. Oh my lord.
Match point, just like that, Sem9. They, I guess, will struggle all the way to the end. But, just like how we saw a little bit of improvement at Hardpoint, we see that improvement in SND as well, albeit it's just one single round. The last time they met, it was a flat-out 7-0, right? So, good step up coming through from the players of Sem9, but obviously they should be taking more for themselves, right? The last time they lost to the players of Almighty was at Raid, but at Summit, it seems to be the exact same story. Dominated in all of those gunfights.
Yep. And right now, this is the match point. They are in this desperation to make sure it does not fall down to the Almighty that easily. But on the other hand, Almighty is just waiting to finish this off right on the bat. But Jeffro will just waiting. Not gonna see anyone, but Irfan will take down Smokey first. And right now, shots coming through from Concept, and that will give that information to Jeffro. Jeffro going into the control room, but does not go for the overextension. Concept, on the other hand, reposition himself, will be giving no heads up from the side of the team of Almighty. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, Jasmine taking down Incendio, and Jeffro right now just looking for the strategy and the right time to move into the control room. Jasmine, on the other hand, does not spot Jeffro while he was going in from the control room or from he spots one, and he gets Evan as well! Beautiful hard scope, but nevertheless, right now, Jeffro has already moved to way backs off, and right now gonna go in for the grenade. Can he get somebody from that side? Unfortunately, we're still waiting for it. Nope, I don't think so, because Jeffro has already backed off, and he's left all alone. Will be cornered out by these 3 players. Bingo close by with Concept, but Concept gets the kill instead.
Amazing plays coming through from the players of Sem9 just to survive a little bit longer. And I really like the setup from Sem9 this time around. Not rushing into the round, but mainly locking down all of those angles, waiting for Almighty to bring the fight to them. And they took such a slow attacking round that they confused the players of Almighty. They forced them out of those corners. They forced them out of those little encirclements just to find out exactly why Sem9 wasn't poking their head out like those previous rounds. And that was exactly how the players of Sem9 managed to catch them out. But Irfan J managing to shut down Zheng Yu as well as Bingo as he double challenges alongside his partner. Shut up trades out Jasmine. The numbers don't look good for Sem9 as Almighty wraps this up 7-2, Fasha.
Yep. But like we always say, we want to give a little bit of credit to where it's due, where Sem9 it's looking better from what they did during the previous round, but Almighty, they're just Almighty all the way, man. And we know for a fact they haven't even dropped a map, and I don't think at the nick of time right here they want to drop any of this map as well, AJ.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I don't think they want to drop a single map through the through the group stage all the way into the playoffs, but maintaining a record like that at the group stage against these teams that they are matched up against might be possible. We've seen the supremacy out of the players of Almighty in the past, and not just mechanically. Once again, they bring some of the best strategies into the competition that's just so hard for these teams out there to break. But Sem9 was not just not ready when it comes to the strategy. They weren't even ready with the new setup, right? They weren't ready for the new meta, and that was one of the biggest failings for Sem9. Clearly, they kind of readjusted some of those strategies as well as approaches against the players of Almighty, but the meta change definitely caught them a little bit off guard. My heart goes out to Sem9, but they just have to overcome this small little hitch and find out exactly what they can do at Control, which unfortunately is their worst performing game mode in the competition so far. Neptune, your thoughts on this matchup, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, for the Search and Destroy, it was a good dominating lead for the side of Almighty, though there are potentials for the side of Sem9 in there. But I would agree with you with adjustment in the meta, especially it being added into the game within the competition. And teams really need to be prepared in this match. But speaking of adjustment, I mean, we've seen a great adjustment from Sem9, especially from that round wherein they took it slow. And from game number 8 or round number 8, they took it slow and they took advantage of that opportunity they have, even if the first blood was shed from their side. But dominance, really confidence is on the side of Almighty. We've seen how Heaven just use those punching gloves to take out two, and we couldn't say anything more about Almighty. They're so proficient in search and destroy. It really brings difficulty to anyone going against them. But I would agree with you as well in the side of control, AJ, when you mentioned that Sem9, this is not their good mode, but they have a lot of time to adjust to it. So hopefully the adjustment has been done for their side. And looking at how well Almighty controls spawns within each game that they jump into, especially on the respawn games, it will still be very dire for the side of Sem9 right now. Hopefully, they can show the great potential similar from what we've seen on the hardpoint match earlier. But with the controls of the lives on control mode, they really need to be careful because Almighty holds grudges. If you come above them even a slight bit, they will turn it around and then stump you later on. And then that is what you need to counter. How to counter it, it's very, very difficult though. But going out to this mode, AJ, what do you think can be taken by Sem9 to go against Almighty on the control?
I think they proved one of those rounds in S&D. I believe it was the second last round where when they slow down the pace, they can catch Almighty off guard, right? And I've seen teams rush into control, but I want to see what a team can pull off by playing control extremely slow, especially when they are on the defense, right? Especially when, and even when they're on the offense, for example, because it's all about timing. When you hop onto that flag already, the timer stops. So you don't technically run out of time if you can execute this play to perfection. This is where Sem9 needs to bring out their long-range engagement capability and show off a little bit. But, speaking of long-range capability, we saw what Almighty has done. We see all the time the capability of Heaven to engage in long range. And now we see Shut Up stepping up for the team. And his snipes have got no answers to whatsoever, man, when he poses those questions. So either way, even if Sem9 adjusts, brings in those better plays, it is still going to be difficult because of what we've seen already out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it will not be easy for the side of Sem9 right now, but hopefully they will put in the fight in this game. And we've started off in Raid for the control mode. AJ and Fasha, please take it away.
Very much, Neptune. And Shut Up opening up the matchup with 3 back-to-back kills here. And as you can see, it's quite the aggressive defense from the players of Almighty, taking the fight straight up to Sem9. And Sem9 are just caught in a corner here. And every single kill Almighty gets, they're just pushing that line up further and further ahead. They're not going in for the spawn trap, but they just want to lock down those players of Sem9 into a small corner. And this is going to be the losing point of Almighty if Sem9 can turn things around. They just need to stick together and choose. Either they go in for the B flag or the A flag. Splitting up isn't really going to help them out here, Vasha.
Agreed. And on the other hand, they want to stick together, but so far, even sticking together, the Almighty able to shut him down. Heaven shuts him down from the Garena side. And right now, Sem9, even though sticking together, like I said, it's not doing well. Almighty, like you said, also able to corner their out. No matter what strategy they try to do it, hopefully they'll be able to actually switch things up, maybe moving into another side. But finally, with sticking together, they're able to pull through to the Garena side and shut each and every one of the players from the Almighty going in for the B flags.
What they can do here as Almighty now moves on into Laundry, and a very daring attempt here by Irfan J, just hopping into the compounds for the defense, and he knows that B flag is in a lot of trouble, and therefore he just sacrifices his own life, right? But thankfully manages to pull away 2 kills before getting taken down. Irfan J still doing a lot, 26 more seconds to go, and this is a good side of Sem9. They've played this slow enough, and once they complete the takeover of this B flag, they should be able to add on a little bit of extra time to that clock so that they can play that A flag as well. But it's all going to come down to those engagements, and Sem9 have only 8 lives left. The saving grace here is the advantage that Almighty has over them is those 4 lives. So not a lot to work with, but still not out of their hands just yet, Fasha.
They switch off from the side of B, right? So then, knowing for the fact the numbers are not stacking up for themselves, but they're still trying to do so with 5 more lives to go. It's gonna be tough. But Sia seals through from that smoke, shuts down Shut Up as well. But unfortunately, Heaven will be able to take him down. Bingo comes through for the backup. He shuts down Heaven, but 2 more lives to go. It's gonna be tough for the Sam 9s to push it through. But unfortunately, they want to get that A flag as much as possible. But right now, we'll be closing in for the door. He shuts down Shut Up, and in the end, the kill still goes out to the Almighty. A great effort, a valiant effort, but yet the numbers of life still stacks up for the Almighty.
I really like that the fact that the Sem9 players were taking it slow, but I want them to take it a little bit slower, right? Earlier on, at the start of the matchup, they went in for a little bit of a split, like they're doing right now. On defense, it's understandable, but on offense, it's just not required whatsoever. They could have just dealt with Shut Up if they had the numbers earlier on. But Irfan J as well as Incendio making quick work of the players of Sem9 as they step up. That KSP45 is really hot right now, Vasha.
Agreed. And I remember something about what Irfan said. He was actually looking forward to his an Incendio with the Sparrow in his hand. He's able to find one, but will be taken down by Zenyu instead, and able to spot out 3 players right there with the Sparrow. A Sparrow all the way from the side of Almighty, giving all the chances for the side of that B flag to be taken up, and a great opportunity. Almighty right now, they're just gonna push in for the air side, but Sam9 on the other hand, defense-wise, is not going so well.
Sem9 as they back away towards that A flag, only a single one to hold on to. A overextending Bingo wants to take the backstab. Can he play his position now? No reason whatsoever to hold on to square center, and Bingo has just strayed away and totally misses Irfan J. Both these players missing each other. Bingo's long way rotation serves absolutely nothing to the players of Sem9. Finally meets one to shut down Heaven, but as he continues to circle around, the players of Almighty are planning that backstab as well. They have overextended into the spawns of Sem9 now to win a couple of these gunfights. Big kills coming through, Vasha.
Big kills coming through, but finally able to take it back from the side of Almighty. Right now, Sam9's just got to defend it well, but the numbers is not doing so well because most of the gunfights have already been won by the Almighty with 4 more lives to go. Sam9 is in nick of time right here, and it's gonna be an easy win for the Almighty if they don't pull through. But right now, sticking together is the only way they wanted to, but somehow already been separated by the Almighty. Sia just gonna pull through from that kitchen side, but on the other side of the Almighty, they are doing well.
I mean, Almighty just smashed Sem9. They had 16 lives left, more than 50% still active, and they were on the attack. So that's absolutely insane. Sem9 on the defense should have had a little bit of advantage there, but they just weren't locking down their angles. Instead, when you've got Bingo going in for the rogue, trying to take those backstab angles, totally missing out players, Sem9 overall is going to be suffering. And this is a poor engagement from the side of Sem9, a poor setup, but even as they lose out on all of those gunfights, those angles that are so important aren't really caught out. Concept failing halfway through. The Kilo 141 just not serving him well at all. Zenyu pulls out the Sparrow. Can he win a couple of fights for himself as he tries to overtake this B flag? None of the players from the side of Almighty there just yet. And big kills, an opportunity does step in front of him, but Zenyu still does not capitalize on them. Wastes so much of time only for Irfan J to take him out of the equation.
And he was all alone. He was all alone without any backup. He was just too confident enough with no one to actually back things up. While Almighty is just doing well with the rotation, with 3-2 stepping up with separation on their side. It's great momentum coming in from the Almighty. But Sam9 on the other hand, they're still struggling. And right now we're seeing Almighty finally been pushed out from the side of the Sam9. And hopefully this is going to be something that the Sam9 is looking forward to. But Almighty going in. We're going into the Sam9, not going to give any chance for the B flag or even the A flag to be taken over. Sam9, unfortunately, no matter how much the rotation is, the team of Almighty is doing well.
Sem9 has got the right idea here. They see that B flag wide open, but I feel like they kind of spotted that B flag open a little bit too late, right? Wasting those precious seconds, and you just cannot afford that for yourself. And now that they've been spotted out by Almighty, in order to win this, they just have to switch their focus over to that A flag. Keep it fresh, keep it coming, keep the players of Almighty guessing, but they're not keeping anyone guessing. They decide on one thing and they stick to that play, and Almighty keeps catching them out. This is going to be a GGWP if the players of Sem9 do not start smartening up on the approach to some of these control points. It is one flag taken away, but they're down in life. Only 10 lives to sustain with on the attack. A lot to play with.
Agreed. And with Bingo right now, gonna push into the side of A with the backup right now. No one's is coming in. He's all alone. But that could be a little bit of tactic coming in from the side of the Sam 9. They're trying to keep a little bit of confusion, but numbers still stacks up for the Almighty. They know what is it. They already smell each and every single step that the Sam 9 is putting through. And Smokey, on the other hand, has already been spotted by 2 players. He jumps out. Can he get it? He didn't get it because the Almighty gets it. And it is a 3-0 clean sweep coming towards from the Almighty.
I mean, if you are taking over one flag and you have got, more than 15 kills given away to your opponents, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. Because once that one flag is lost, the defending team just needs to double back down and secure all of those angles and make sure your team does not step up. So 2 parts where the players of Sem9 fail here, which is number 1, not really sustaining their lives out there on the battlefield. Of course, that's going to be difficult if you're taking on a team like Almighty, but the bigger failing was not keeping Almighty on their toes, guessing exactly where they can expect them. Almighty read the moves of Sem9 multiple times, and multiple times Almighty also managed to shut down the plays of Sem9 because they were winning gunfights and they continued to push their lines upwards. They couldn't spawn trap Sem9, but to a certain degree, they were keeping them in their own spawned compounds. And that was the greatest win on the side of Almighty here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And I would agree with you, AJ. From round or from game number 1 to game number 3, it's pretty much a similar approach for the side of Sem9, and it's easily readable, especially for the side of Almighty, that they can adjust quickly on what the opposing team is doing. And I think they heard you about going in for a slow game, starting it off in control, but it was a pace that was held by Almighty, and that was the disadvantage of Sem9 at that point. They took it slow, listening and watching the movement of Sem9, just flipping all those spawns to their favor. And even if they will be able to take the Bravo for their side, it was just be a killing spree for the side of Almighty, because how they can control the spawn points with the anchors and the objective gameplays that they have, and they can just push them around. And I think we've seen several times that they change, or they swap the spawns to the side of garage, wherein there's only 3 entry points, and all those points has been guarded by Almighty. And the backside from the other side of a raid, which is the garden, it has been guarded so that no one will be spawning to that area. So it's more of the control of the spawns, and we talked about that from the previous day of this competition, of those holding the spawns as well as the spawn traps that has been done. It has been done differently because it's not entirely a complete trap that Almighty has did. They just went in and held their position so that they would anticipate. They can anticipate the spawn points of Sem9. But there you have it. Out of the 3 matches, it's still Almighty. It was so close on that hardpoint map, but when we went into search and destroy, it just snowballed for the side of Almighty. And we've seen and mentioned as well that Sem9 really is not that strong and control just yet, and it's because of the changes. I would say it's because of the adjustment of these modes, as well as you mentioned, the updates that we have within the game. So teams really need to be that adaptable to all the change. They need to be prepared. And what else can we say? With Almighty, with all these years of experience, they've known that already, and that is what they have been doing so far. But throwing it over to you, Fasha. Who among this who is your most favorite player from this match that we've seen on Sem9 and Almighty?
I mean, we gotta agree on the fact that Heaven and Shut Up was really popping off. Despite Incendio also doing a great first blood, he's always the rusher. He's always the one who initiate first. But when it comes to pulling through and making sure that every single step of the way will be cleared out and covered up, it definitely goes out to Heaven with the snipe, as well as Shut Up. These 2, when it comes to sniping, you cannot mess with them. They really head to head getting those kills.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you with that. These members are really from the side of Almighty has shown great potential and continue showing great potential in this game. And as we've seen, the 3 matches in this game, AJ, we mentioned about the updates, and what would you suggest? What other suggest can you say for the team who is encountering, or for competitions, teams going into competitions right there, encountering updates and changes in the game? Do you have any preparation that you probably heard or caught wind on these teams, from these teams that we are playing on the Garena Masters?
Yeah, you just have to be insane, bro. You have to just be insane about the game. You have to keep an eye on the update. You need to keep an eye on all of the news in and surrounding all of those patch notes that will be applied. You have to figure out exactly when you can take advantage of it. And clearly, Almighty, that's exactly what they were focusing on before jumping into this day of gameplay, right? I mean, Almighty and Sem9, both teams are playing on the exact same game, exact same server. That update kicked in at the exact same time. It's all about who had the bigger initiative to take and to go in there and find out what's going to be the solid meta to play after that patch note has been applied. And obviously, Almighty getting that cake. Of course, this is going to be something that you don't need to do if you are the second team that's playing. If you are in the second series, then of course you can look at the first series, but you got to hope and pray that the players in the first series reveal what that meta is already, right? And luckily for them, Almighty has managed to expose that the KSP, most definitely a gun that you guys can count on. So everybody's rushing into their gunsmith right now, loading it up, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they are utilizing that new meta in the game, especially for the update that we have. But for updates, we are going to update you on the next series of this game, because we are going for a quick break. Still us and Neptune, the Gemma Garcia, the Mustachio AJ, and Fashabani. We'll be right back after this break.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. We have enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-air missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Garena Masters Season 3, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile, and we have just finished our first series for this day. Jumping into the second series, this is NV Doctors going against Smart Omega, and similar to what we've seen earlier in this match, this is a round number 2.
Yes.
Per se, of these two teams. Still on the caster says, I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ and Fasha Bani. And over to you, Fasha Bani. Who are you? What are you expecting in this game of NB Doctors as well as Smart Omega?
Oh man, this is one of the most, let's say, one of the easiest win rates if you want to talk about it, because Smart Omega, despite they did lose a little bit of maps on their side at the top, but comparing to the Doctors, they only got 2 wins. So the win rate between these two teams is, I mean, we're gonna go to the side of Smart Omega, but I really want to hope for the side of Smart Omega as well as Envy Doctors. They learn already their moves. They already know how it is like on the first half, but on the second half, Envy Doctors already learn those tactics, learn every single thing that the pro players have done, and also make up those mistakes that have done as well on the first half. And hopefully the second Robin will be a lot less, much more better side, or else it's gonna be the end for the Envy Doctors, man. Because so far right now, they're at the bottom of the list. Am I right, AJ?
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And Envy Doctors, they're at the bottom of the list and they're taking on the best in this group. And like you said, in terms of the number of wins that Smart Omega has already in here, is most dominating. And in the previous matchup, they took a 3-0 win over the players of Envy Doctors. Now, although Envy Doctors has got a lot of potential in the competition, I don't know if or not that potential is enough to smash the players of Smart Omega, who are your reigning defending champions of Garena Masters, right? Garena Masters Season 2, they pulled off a fantastic feat that nobody would have thought is possible. And at this current season, thinking that they are going to get taken down, it's quite a tough one, especially with Envy. And even though Envy has got a lot of potential, we saw that in that S&D matchup that they took against RTL ESPORTS, where they were able to steal away a single matchup, right? And even against PDR ESPORTS, we saw Envy Doctor step up when it came to control. And although we saw, some signs of life, they won that by, really, really close. I mean, when you look at the control matchup, it went down to round number 5. When you look at the S&D game that they won, it was 7-6. So those games, they almost lost them as well. And you can't risk those type of statistics against Smart Omega. They're going to wrap this up quick and run away with it. But if there's anywhere he can prove, I'm thinking it's going to be at S&D.
Yeah, I mean, it's good insights in there as we jump in onto the schedule. A little recap. And for those of you who are just jumping in, we just ended the first series earlier. SM9 and Almighty was able to take it 3-0. And as we were talking in the caster's desk, NV Doctors will be battling Smart Omega. And it's a good point from both our casters right here because of how well versed Smart Omega is within these matches, and it has shown already for the several matches that they jumped into, not only against NV Doctors but also against RTL Esports and PDR Esports. They have been dominant so far, though they also felt a few of those losses, and I think that is one thing that they can take advantage, as AJ mentioned, on the SND. But with even with those a few points that was lost by Smart Omega, I think they are confident right now to really move up their game because they are in here to defend their titles. And though this is just the group stages, it's not yet the playoffs, they really want to show in here that other teams who might want to take that title against them really have something that needs to pull something out of their sleeves to be able to take them down, because practice, determination, as well as knowledge of the game has been put into all this team, and most of which has been done by Smart Omega. NV Doctors, on the other hand, they really need to put their foot forward right now, not thinking that they are going against a huge wall that is Smart Omega, thinking they need to think that they can utilize the strengths that they have, as AJ mentioned, on Search and Destroy, and probably on Control, as they took that win as well from a different team, and use that to their advantage, probably get that scores very, very close to their favor. But it's a lot to ask. It's easier than said than done. But I'm still, like Fashabani, I'm hoping that NV Doctors will be able to show us at least 1 point once again. But it is so, a little clear that it might be a 3-0, similar to what we've seen from the first series. And looking at the games from this point, the players at this point, we have Zen, MIB, Gary, Pika, Esfer, and Yelpo. Out of these members, AJ, who do you think will be moving up on this game, knowing that they perform so far on other matches that they went into?
It really depends on which type of match you're talking about, right? At Hardpoint, I look forward to seeing Zen step it up for the team. At SND, it's always going to be Esfer, and Zen usually takes the cake right back when we move into Control. So you can see Zen is extremely comfortable when it comes to those respawns, very, very confident with his engagements out there on the battlefield. But, you know, the only problem overall is that the players of NV Doctors are on a deficit. None of them have got a positive overall KD, and they are taking on Smart Omega. I think positive KDs are all around. I think Smart Omega is blessed with positive KDs, right? We see them slaying all the time out there on the battlefield. So that's exactly where this is going to get very tough. Even though Zen can step it up, even though Esfer can step it up, it is still going to be difficult against one of the best teams in the competition, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we mentioned that already, and we are, I guess NV Doctors is not feeling them. It's a good thing that we are seeing the players out there. They're not feeling the pressure. They really are in here enjoying their time, even if they know that it's a huge team that they're going against. And this is what I love about players just like them, teams just like them. They want to enjoy the game, learn from it, and hopefully they'll be able to learn from them. Though it's just the beginning of their match or their series for today, I want to see more of those smiles from their faces even after this whole series. But as we wait for the next set of a team to be shown right now, here we go. We have Smart Omega, Jay-Z, Whoopi, Risky, Candy, Idra, and Rage. Going over to you, Fasha. Who are you looking forward to perform from this team?
Oh man, you should have asked this question to AJ first, because the fact is, when it comes to the Smart Omega, we're gonna give it out to his own son, man. Whoopee for the action. When it comes to going off for slaying those each and every single enemy side, he will be popping off and making sure that he will back up every single one of his teammates. And this is Whoopi we're talking about. He's whooping off everybody's asses off inside the game. But when it comes to MV Doctors, I do agree on AJ point. Zen, he always always pops off. He always comes through when it is nick of time. Spur always come through as well. But this is something that I also want to make sure that everybody knows. We need to give a shout out to MIB. He has been struggling throughout this group stage, and hopefully the rest of the players of the Envy Doctors learns from the best of the best. Smart Omega, not one of them. I mean, we can give a shout out to Whoopi, but the rest of the play, Hydra, Rage, they always come through with a great team effort from the Smart Omega itself. They are one to be not messed around, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, no one wants to mess around this team, and I would agree as to Whoopi being one to look forward to, especially when he changed his role within the game. He has been well known to be a sniper, but with the games that he have been showing so far, he is moving as a slayer as well, and those adaptability from a member of the teams. And I'm not just talking about Whoopi, movement and changes in the roles that they have within games, especially on hard point, even on control mode. If they can go in support, objective, or anchor, if they can utilize all those roles that within the game, then it will make them really undefeated, and that is what makes a great team great. And that is being practiced right now by Whoopi. And AJ, I mean, we've seen this, and you mentioned that before, but what else do you think cannot be done by Whoopi in being a best sniper, a good sniper, as well as good in terms of those rusher roles or slayer roles?
I think I'll tweak that question a little bit, right? As to what is the greatest weakness of the players of Smart Omega right now. And this is going to be surprising. The greatest weakness, the greatest weak link in the Smart Omega side right now is surprisingly Idra. He has been quite soft in the competition during the group stages, not really hitting as hard as he usually does. Yes, indeed, he goes in and he plays that anchor role for the team, and he sustains his life out there quite a bit. But the firepower that we used to see in the Idra of all is no longer on the side of Smart Omega. And now that's something that needs to be fixed immediately, or else they are going to be in a lot of trouble. But when you look at the head-to-head here between Whoopi as well as the one and only Zen, although Zen steps up for the team all the time, you have to see a very huge difference when it comes to those KD average, right? 1.5 versus 0.99. Zen kind of loses out on a little bit, but it also is going to go towards how much of the objectives are played by these two players. And Whoopi beats Zen hands down when it comes to those hard point controls, as well as taking over those control objectives. 19-5, he just seems to overshadow Zen. But on the overall scale of things, this is exactly what the stats of Smart Omega would be if it is compared to NV Esports, right? Although NV has got a lot of individual talent, as a team, they are unable to go out there and dominate those teams just yet. But a lot of promise still within them, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of promise within this team of NB Doctors or NV Esports. But I would agree with you. I mean, performance-wise, with the numbers itself, Idra is really not popping off compared to the rest of the teams. And we've mentioned how that is being like how it works for the previous series that we've seen for Almighty. It has been spread out from all of the members of that team, but it is not working the same way for this team of Smart Omega. So if Idra will be able to move up and balance it off all throughout, they have a great chance really to dominate this game and probably retain their crown in this match. But let's jump into the map and modes right now. We are going to start off in here, and the bans for this game by NV Doctors is firing range for the map and Sparrow for the operator's skills, and for Smart Omega it is slums that has been taken out, and Purifier will be taken out as well. Starting this game in hardpoint standoff, and then followed by Search and Destroy on Summit, and Control in Takeoff. Like, how do you read what's your read on this situation for both of the teams, AJ?
When we look at standoff, I'm very glad that the NV Doctors immediately pulled it into hardpoint, because Smart Omega would love to play that map on SND, and I think the players of NV Doctors know that, right? So this is a very safe pick coming from them. But in terms of how the NV Doctors squad dominates standoff, that's going to be a whole different question. We haven't really seen them played within Garena Master Season 3 just yet. In the previous seasons, they've shown us map mastery This is going to be a tough one, man. Hard point all the way up to the 250-point target this time round. Envy Doctors need to win a majority of their gunfights, not just at map control. Nephew.
Yeah, definitely. And as we started off, there you go. Fasha and AJ, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. As we open this map up, Pasha, it looks like the players of Smart Omega seem to be dominating quite a little bit, right? Winning gunfight after gunfight. They send in 2 objective players, 3 stragglers. They are taking the perimeters on the outside, but not over pushing. They still want to see exactly what sort of positions Envy Doctors play, and this is really surprising coming through from Smart Omega. Usually you see them overextending immediately, but a lot of respect being shown for the players of Envy Esports here.
Agreed. They're not going to take any hasty precautions. They're just going to go in for any measures to make sure they will not be taken out easily. Even though getting those scrap times is going to give a little bit of boost up for the Envy Doctors. But early rotation coming in towards the side of Smart Omega, and also using out that score streak straight away. Smart Omega is not taking sweet time at all. They're just going to go in for the rush from the side of the team of Envy Doctors. Now here we got range, making sure that no ones will be allowed going into. On the other hand, from the other side, we are seeing most of the players are going in for the killers, such as Envy Zen coming in, and right now Spur coming to actually contest it, but unfortunately will be denied the entrance.
Very good engagement coming through from the players of Envy Esports, going in, ripping away the favorable spawns at gas station, and at the very same time setting in a couple of players to take the backstab as well, right? They win both of those fights at the front and at the back, and they take over the hard point, but in the exact same fashion, the players of Smart Omega hop on right back in there. Amazing plays coming through from both teams in here, but Envy Esports just needs to keep up the pressure a little bit. 17 seconds to go. They win the hard point very surprisingly, and they continue taking the fight to Smart Omega. And Smart Omega has got no choice whatsoever but to rotate over to P3, and that early rotation to hold on to that anchor spot. It will be the one and only Candy holding down the fort for the rest of the players first, but Envy Esports, they're also there making that early rotation.
A great, well done job. Couldn't think of that they could have actually break the kills, but they did break that P2, and right now Yelpo's already waiting. He spots Hydra, he takes down Hydra, will be able to OBJ it easily, getting the few first points for that P3. And on the other hand, the rest of the players right now whooping up with the Whoopi side, and he shuts down Whoopi as well. A great defense coming through from Yelpo right here. He will not give anyone to come in, but on the other hand, somebody coming in from the second floor. He does not spot it out. He will be contested, but on the end, corner out by 4 of this place. But he shuts down one. He shuts down 2, but no, he missed it out range. But nevertheless, right here, Gary and MME coming through, and he will be able to break that hill and giving back the support they needed.
Envy Esports stepping it up. Early rotation crushed. And Smart Omega, they do not know exactly what hit them. They will double down to rotate over to Bakery. They're already at P4. Scrap points given away to Envy Esports. And even the start of that hard point was all Envy Esports. And now they slowly peel away from Smart Omega. The Filipinos, they have got a strategy here. Look at how far they're pushing out Risky, holding the perimeter this time. They want to use Bakery to make a comeback, and as long as they hold on to these positions, I feel like they are going to be all right. But Whoopi is pushing out way too far, Pasha.
Okay, the Fire Dragon coming through. Yelpo coming with the Annihilator. He doesn't spot one. He doesn't even get anyone. Unfortunately, does not break through. But here, Spur comes in with the Gravity Vortex. Hopefully, he can break it out. But unfortunately, he gets sucked up by the Gravity instead. But it's okay. We had this retreat coming through, but just like you said, they don't want to make sure any more mistake coming through, and the Envy Doctors, my bad, will be coming in to actually contest it all. But Hydra will be making sure that he does not make it through as the bottom players again, and right now will be making sure that he performs well. But Candy coming through with the Elite will be shut down by Gary. Yelpo again trying to do what it is impossible, will be able to be taking down the rest of the players who are already able to break through that P3, AJ.
A fantastic play coming through from Envy Esports, but look at Smart Omega stacking the outside of that Bakery. Bakery backyard taken over, but Envy Esports taking the fight to them. And this is how you play against Smart Omega. You have to take that aggression and you have to win out all of your gunfights, which Envy Esports surprisingly is getting done back to back. Yellow Jacket will be pulled out. Risky going in for the anchor plays with the RPD. And as he holds on to that second floor of Bakery, it makes it so much more easier for the rest of the players to dominate indicate that Hotel Yard, all of those rotations coming through from Private Backyard is going to be shut down by this star speedy player. But you can see Sphere moving on in to take him out of the equation so that the rest of his players can stand a better chance.
Yep, so we're coming in from the bakery side. He spots one, he has Candy, and he will be
Oh,
able to
yeah.
shut down. This is the opening they needed. They want to make sure that the P2 will be open, but 3 players coming through for that P2. The reset is going down, but it doesn't enable that trigger discipline done. So in the end, the Smart Omega shuts him down. MIB on the other hand will be able to get the scrap times, but will be contested by Candy. In the end, the scrap times will not be given out to the team of Envy Doctors, but Zen coming through right here will be spraying. Want to make sure that the leftovers will be taken over, and Zen does not spot anyone, and in the end, Candy shuts him down as well. The Envy Doctors has been denied over and over again, and right now they need to go the early rotation of that P2.
A back-to-back slays coming through for the players of Smart Mega, and as they continue to win out all of these gunfights in rotation for P2, seems solid on their side. We've got 2 players on the objective and one overextending Whoopi, but he got a little too excited. Rage and Risky, big wins coming through from their side, and if Smart Mega wants to hold on to this, they need to take away the spawns out of that gas station. Gas station is supplying the players of NB Esports heavy manpower to take all of those engagements, but I like them slowing down the pace. And one guy going in for the backstab in the name of Zen. If Zen gets this kill, he should be able to help the players of NB Esports take over this hard point. 4v1 on the sustained. Rage still gets the kill. I don't know how he's doing this, Basha.
I mean, this is all mistake coming in
Oh my
from the
God.
Envy Doctor, despite sticking together. Raze is just pulling through, and with that Predator missile, he shuts down 2 players. Oh my lord, the team of Envy Doctors don't know what's going on because Rage is finally raging through. They just flipped out the switch. Unfortunately, Envy Doctors might be having a good time during the first few rounds, but right now, the Smart Omega is coming through.
And I feel like NB Doctors, they had a lot of momentum going into that P2, but unfortunately, even if they had 4 players all at the same time, poor Whoopi got taken down before he could use his core streak. But even if they did have, the opportunity to take down that final player, they second-guessed themselves a little bit too long, and they stuck towards the bottom side of that warehouse. And that just played against them, right? Rage just won that out in terms of those gunfights spectacularly. But NB Esports, they're not too far away. 60 points away from the players of Smart Mega. They've got this hard point, and we saw what they did earlier on at Granny. So this looks like it might just go their way against Basha.
A great, well done job. I can sense that P3, when it comes to P3, this is the best one. But Rage comes through, and he rage-ons again. He shuts him down. He breaks out this whole hill and making sure that no one comes through. But the contest still comes through. But MIB right here won't be shutting down. Rage is all the way right here. This is all spotlight for the Rage of Smart Omega right here. He goes out with the drone right now, and not even a chance for the Envy Sphere to even comes in. And right now, Envy has been pushed out for the bakery side. And early rotation, can they do so? But Rage comes through again with the kills. He slays out every single one of them that he sees. And right now, he goes into the bakery side, looking for the other ones. Right now, MIB won't be able to backstab straight away. And right now, they won't be able to clear out all of them. Elijah is coming out right here. Takes one. Nope, he doesn't get anyone. Missed out every one of them. But right now, he will be repositioning himself. But unfortunately, Yapo shuts him down. Nope, the bakery will not be taken down again by the team of Smart Omega.
Oh, amazing plays coming through from NV Doctors. Taking the fight up to the players of Smart Mega before they can step into that hard point. But big brain plays coming through from the one and only Whoopi as well. But no capitalization on the information passed on by the Dragonfire. NV Doctors have been able to run away with a majority of these points so far. And I have to say that Bison in the hands of the one and only MIB is ripping through the players of Smart Mega.
Yelpo as well, doing well with his Mac 10 despite being nerfed this season. He's doing well, making sure that everyone does get it into the bakery side. Each and every single point has already been given out to the MV Doctors. Only scrap times from the Smart Omega. But again, this is the 3rd reset of this heals. And right now, MIB is pushing through. But unfortunately, Candy will shuts him down. And MV Doctors still want to contest it out. They're going to go for the early rotation. Yelpo is already here inside the building. And unfortunately, the hotel will be swarmed around for the Smart Omega. Shuts down for Rage! Rage jumps down, but MIB does not allow it with his Bison. Candy on the other hand, he's taking his sweet time. He's taking every measurement that he can be done, but no, not even a chance. MV Doctors does not allow it. Points coming through from the side of MV Doctors, but finally, the team of Smart Omega able to break set, but no, the MV Doctors breaks again, and Hydra comes through with the Gravity Vortex, and Rhino able to break it off, and back again to the team of Smart Omega.
It took that gravity vortex to break down the players of NV Doctors, but the one greatest failing of NV Doctors was not having anyone on that second floor of Bakery to cut off all of the rotations coming out of Smart Omega. And they didn't want to go in for that overextension because they were already having such a tough time keeping Smart Omega back. But the backstep through Hotel was just absolutely fantastic. And the only way they could win that was with the gravity vortex, and Edra was the biggest difference maker. We touched on a little bit about how Edra wasn't really stepping up for the team, but in this matchup, it's just so different, right? He is keeping up with the pressure that the rest of the team members bring in to this matchup, and it's just so close now for Smart Omega to wrap things up. But Warehouse is where we saw NV Doctor step it up earlier on, and there's still hope in here, Pasha.
There is still hope right here. Spur, unfortunately, will be done. But unfortunately, even with the hope right now, Smart Omega will not allow it. Not even any steps away from the side of NV Doctors will be taken out. They want to go in for the closure right here, but the contest still comes through right now. All of the NV Doctors coming in, we're sticking together, going in from that second floor. But Smart Omega is already waiting right here. Zan will making sure that everyone from the petrol pump will be able to clear it out, but he doesn't spot one. Omega instead will be taking him down. 5 more points to go, and this is going to be the end for the NV Doctors. But despite whatever it is a great effort from the NV Doctors and a great boost up as well as a better placement point for them.
Valiant effort in terms of the rotations in the strategies department. Smart Omega obviously had the better place, and there were just a couple of dents in the armor of the players of NV Doctors, right? Like, once again, for example, when they were holding on to that hotel yard, that very first hard point, no overextension from the side of NV Doctors. They were spawning out of the special forces, and all they needed to do was take the trail into private backyard, get into the backyard of Bakery, hop into Bakery, second floor on control, and cut off all of those rotations and leave the rest of the players in the hard point for those battles. But it wasn't a play that they could execute because of the amount of pressure the Smart Omega squad was bringing at that hotel yard, back to back to back. And it took Edra to break that play finally, and things went the way of Smart Omega. But NV Doctors, they got so close to making Smart Omega think twice about their strategy out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because from the start of the game, from P1 to P3, it's similar approach between these two teams. And it's a good thing that NV Doctors was able to held on to the points of Smart Omega in there. It's quite balanced, really, from them. But from they took the lead from that game, but from the P4, it is Smart Omega who was able to take control of the spawns. And it's just the matter of NV Doctors taking back the hill that give them the advantage. I would say it's so impressive for NV Doctors right here, going into the match 200 to 250, especially when they are in the bottom of their group. They're showing great potential in this game. It was just on the second rotation of those hills that Smart Omega really took advantage, especially with the score streaks and operator skills that they have using. It's a good point in there, as well as the change of that gravity, or what gravity vortex has done in that game, really brought in to the favor of Smart Omega. And what else can we say about the hold of Rage in there from that warehouse? It was so awesome. The way he held on to that second floor, just stepping in and out of that hill, and then just preventing anyone from coming in from both the entrance of that warehouse as they jump in and move towards that stairs. And I think that's also a game changer for this game, for the side of Smart Omega, giving them a good rotation wise, as well as stacking up on to those score streaks to be able to use them later into the game. But there you have it. Still Smart Omega taking this game, and I would say it's not one-sided for this match. And I'm looking forward to how well NV Doctors has improved. But going against them in Summit and Search and Destroy, AJ, what's your read on the situation here?
I mean, NV Doctors have proven themselves at hardpoint already, right?
Yeah.
That matchup was one of the closest one for them, and I feel like they have not performed as well against any of the teams in the first half of the double round robin. And remember what I said, Neptune, when when it comes to this setup, it's not about who wins, who loses. It's about who improves the most in this double round robin format at the group
Right.
stages. And Envy Doctors have proven that they have taken everything that they learned from the first half of the double round robin, brought it into the second half, and they almost took the match away from Smart Mega. But at the end of the day, we have to remember they are fighting the reigning defending champions of Garena Masters. It was never going to be easy from the get-go, but it was very, very shocking how the players of Envy Doctors managed to secure some of those rotations, win out a majority of their gunfights, but just some mistakes here and there, which could have gone the other way, right? If only they weren't made, but it's all right. Envy Doctors have already shown us a majority of their plays have been patched up, so they have got a little bit of hope here in this SND.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the hope that Envy Doctors will be able to bring in. And we are now starting this Search and Destroy. Casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. It would be a very early opener. Yelpo almost getting taken down as well, but he did manage to trade out Rage here. So a good start for the players of Envy Doctors, Fasha.
Yep, a good start indeed with 3 players still maintain a Smart Omega. Bomb still being pulled out, but Zen comes through from the control room, but he shuts him down as well with the Rennet. Beautifully done, but Idras +1, he will be able to backstab, but Yelpo is right there. Unfortunately, will not be spotted out. Idras gets 2, and right now Zen is on the strike right here. He will be dropping down, and unfortunately, he will use the grenade instead to push through to the side of Zen, and Zen is not spotted out. He will go in to reposition himself from another plantation. He's left out alone, 2v1 right this instant. Hopefully Zen knows what he's up with the sniper in his hand. He switch out to the CBR instead. He sees one. He spots Hydra. He will be able to shut down Hydra. And this is 1v1. Both Smart Omega. Zen does not spot it out. Instead, Whoopi takes him down instead.
Amazing play by Whoopi. And if you see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without pushing forth, he leaves the heavy work, heavy lifting to the rest of his players. And Idra is the roamer. Idra is the one who's taking the risk. And he leaves Whoopi for the clutch towards the very end. And that's a very smart decision from the players of Smart Mega, right? And it was played extremely well. Whoopi managing to find the final straggler, takes him down. Whoopi, but this time, though, missing out that shot. That's not going to be good for the players of Smart Mega. Maybe it's a sign for the Envy Doctor side to make a comeback in this round.
Hopefully, and right now, 3 players going in from the B side, 2 players here, and Risky starts spawn. He shuts down Spur as well with the double kill. But Gary comes through for the retreat, but nevertheless, number still stacks out for the Smart Omega. 4v2 right this. This might be left all alone. He throws out the grenade. He spots, unfortunately, Rage a little bit too late, and Rage gets the kill. And Candy, in the end, spots out Yelpo and shuts him down as well.
Whew, great plays coming through from Smart Mega. Back to back, they wrapped that one up. But the surprising engagement initially was obviously on the side of, who was it? Idra?
Risky.
No, it wasn't Idra. Risky, yeah. Taking those 2 back-to-back kills. And he should have been punished in that instance. And I'm surprised that Envy Doctors couldn't take that opportunity. But it's all right. Round number 3. Let's see if Envy Doctors can make it. The comeback Whoopi. Oh, that overextension manages to catch Gary off.
Oh, but it's okay. Not a problem at all. Smart Omega, despite actually sacrificing, it's like a black sheep just sacrifices himself. I'm just going to give a little bit of myself to the Envy Doctors. But nevertheless, the Smart Omega cornered them out and cleared them out. Such a fast-paced game, if I must say so myself, AJ. Hopefully, the team of Envy Doctors strikes back again. So far, right now, 3-0 on the side of Smart Omega. It's not looking so good for the team of Envy Doctors. Whoopi gonna throw a little bit of that stun, and Gary shuts down Rage. On the other end, Yelpo will be traded out instead, but 3 kills already from the side of Smart Omega, losing that 3 players. And right now, Whoopi is just whooping everyone in the crowd with the hip fire.
What? All of a sudden, Smart Omega just remembers that they haven't had their dinner yet. So they want to wrap this up as quickly as possible, get into the next game, and then move on with their lives, right? Envy Doctors. MIP really needs to step up for the rest of the team, though, because he hasn't really slain a single person in here. He keeps dropping round after round, but he needs to find those adjustments. Rage finding the adjustment as well. Idra and Rage both in this combo. And Envy Doctors, we thought that, maybe this SND might be the best chance for them to take that step up against Smart Mega, but it really isn't.
Yep, agreed. The momentum was so good right there on the hard point, but now it's like losing all of those momentum. And Zen, unfortunately, missing twice of that and giving that price to be paid off from Zen. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the same Zen that was fighting off with the RTL eSport the other day. It's like the whole entire team was just like not in the same mode when they are fighting off as SND compared to when they were on the hard point. And with 5 points on the Smart Omega and the Doctors, this is gonna be really tough for them to step it up. Hopefully with the switching side, it's gonna give more boost. But then again, the point still stacks up for them. Right here, Candy is on side the control room. Gary shuts down one, but that's just the opening. And in the end, Gary and RIB will be taken down instead. 2 players still maintain. 1 player going to the B side. 2 players at the control room. Bomb still holds out. And Zen right here, finally able to take down Rage. And he's still hot scope, looking for another one right here. He doesn't see it yet, but he will maintain. But he shot Whoopi down, and getting that double kill will definitely boost up from the side of Envy. Finally, Zen able to trace back his own momentum, his own gameplay back again, but hopefully he'll be able to do so better with 2 more plays to go. He shuts down from the side of Hydra with the help of Yelpo right here, but bomb has already been dropped right here with 2v1 right here. Side goes out to the team of Envy Doctors, and a little bit of aggression coming in with the grenade right now, but no, Yelpo will risk it all, will be doing diffusers, but on the other hand, the team of Smart Omega doing well yet, but 1 point for the MV Doctors. At least there is still a little bit of fighting spirit from their side.
Yeah, you saw great commitment coming through from Yelpo, even though he was already super low on HP, just dedicating himself to get the defusal, trusting his teammate to take that final kill. And Envy Doctors are, I wouldn't say right back in it, but they show some signs of life here, Fasha. They just need to take this approach a little bit slow. They've got the bomb, they dictate the pace, and they shouldn't be running into the hands of Smart Omega, who's opening them up, right? Like wide open, waiting to just hug the players of Envy Doctors.
Yup, and hopefully they don't want to hug back as well. And on the other hand, MIB right here on the control room does spot one and does not go in. But unfortunately, will be taken down by Whoopi instead with a sniper. And right now, Whoopi will reposition himself. Players still maintain with 4 players from the side of Smart Omega as well as Envy Doctors. Hydra on the other hand on the second floor. He does not spot one. But on the other hand, the rest of the players of the Smart Omega spots each and every one of them and shuts down Envy Doctors.
Smart Omega not glad about dropping that 1 round in the previous one at all, and such an aggressive round taken in that round 7. They get the victory, and they're pushing for a 2-1 potentially here. This is one of the most aggressive defensive teams I've seen out there on the battlefield. Whoopi, great angle. He avoids all of those flashes and stuns with the angle that he holds on to, pulls out his own grenade, but unfortunately gets dropped by Gary, who handled that situation so much better, Fasha.
Yup, with Zen pushing through 1 player out. Right now, meeting off with Rage. He does not spot Rage in the end. Rage using out with the flank side of right. And now left with 2 more players to go. And in the end, they finish off this so quick to a point I even lost my own sentence, AJ. But then again, it is a really tough team when it comes to Smart Omega. It's not gonna be easy for the MV Doctors, but a great effort from their side. Neptune, I know you have a lot of thoughts about this. What are your thoughts right now on the Smart Omega versus MV Doctors Search and Destroy?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start from NB Doctor, showing great potential in the start of that game. But it was turned around by Whoopi and Risky. And we've seen how well they managed those situations with the 1v1 round number 1, and then the way Risky was able to take double kills as well. But on round number 3 and 4, I mean, Smart Omega just rushed things. They were able to clean up or finish those rounds up so quickly, and it's only up until round number 6 that it was slowed down, or the pace was slowed down by NV Doctors. Thus, they were able to get that point. But when the Smart Omega tried to match their pace as well, taking it slow on the next few rounds, it can what I can say is, even of what pace NV Doctors takes, they can be taken down by Smart Omega, especially with the mechanical skills of the members of this team. It was so reliant on Zen and Gary from this game, from this Search and Destroy, really, that the rest of the members need to step up on all those rotations, as well as getting all those information. But what can we expect? I mean, this is one of the best mode that Smart Omega has jumped into, and it will be very, it's easier than done. It's very difficult really for NV Doctors to go and challenge them on a very close fight in Search and Destroy. But AJ, for the rotation of the team as well as the gameplay of Smart Omega, what can you say of any counters that they can do or that other team can do for this team?
Unfortunately, it's very hard to counter Smart Omega at Summit. They love the map, they dominate it, and what puts them ahead is their strategy, right? Always leaving Whoopi in the back lines, pushing everybody else up ahead. And that's crazy because Whoopi is going to clutch out all of those engagements either way, and having him as your backup player makes it's so much more difficult for NV Doctors to even win that round, even though they do manage to get a couple of those initial engagements, right? So time and time again, NV Doctors get dropped. But, the biggest surprise here, we were thinking that because NV Doctors have been so solid at S&D so far, this was going to be that match that they take it to the players of Smart Omega, right? But instead, this is the very first S&D matchup that they only get one single round. I mean, their worst S&D of all throughout the double round robin setup was actually Smart Omega, but even then they were able to take 5 rounds for themselves, right? So NV Doctors, they really need to find that momentum within themselves. This is a team with a lot of capabilities, but they seem a little shaky when it comes to that strategy. And you cannot have people like Sphere, who's such a solid player in those S&Ds, not really showing up. Remember when we talked about this team and their performance, I did mention that Zen steps up in those respawns, and it's Sphere who usually hits hard at those S&Ds. The guy didn't pick up anything in that round, and obviously that would hurt the players of NV Esports. They need to fix that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those things, the rotations as well as the role taking needs to be fixed by NV Doctors. But going back to respawn or semi-respawn on Control, this is a takeoff, and we're going to fight or see them fight again. And for the third round, casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. Earlier on at the S&D, Smart Omega treated that matchup like a team deathmatch, and it potentially might be the case in this game as well, Pasha.
Agreed, but then again, I hope that the momentum coming in from the hard point still doesn't actually reside yet. So far right now, we're seeing the NV Doctors finally push through, able to respond well. NIB shuts down Candy, and right this instant, Risky is looking for anyone from the mid lane, but on the other end, Hydra will be shutting down everyone from the launch center, and right here, pulling through to the second floor, does not see anyone, but he sees on the mid lane, and will be making sure that the flag will not be taken out. A great momentum and as well as defense from the side of the Smart Omega, but then again, the team of NV Doctors struggling each and every single step of the way.
Spawn trap on the way here. Smart Omega, they've managed to push their lines up quite a bit already. Now, although I like the approach coming through from the players of NV Doctors, not heading in for that flag just yet, trying to pick off players from the side of Smart Omega, they're not doing it smartly. They're not sticking together. They're sending out just Zen to roam, Zen to hunt down those players, and the rest of them are just holding on to those power positions. Now, this is not hardpoint. Although you've got that bird's eye view, you really need to start engaging in a more tactical manner. And the Doctors just do not have that on their side at the very moment. Finally, heading on to take over that A flag. 18 seconds will be paused on the timer. No backstab coming through just yet. And this is where NV Doctors can sustain if they can stay alive out there.
Unfortunately, will not be able to stay alive as they fight off with the Smart Omega. But on the other hand, they finally able to push through to actually get the A flag. Just a little bit more, but Smart Omega will not allow it. Fruit's crew come here with the Risky, taking down each and every one with the clear of that lives ahead from the side of NV Doctors. The first round wins goes out to the team of Smart Omega. So far right now, the tactics-wise, even been cornered out by both sides of the Smart Omega. NV Doctors still losing each and every single momentum that we saw from the first round, AJ.
I mean, they were just all over the map in that first round, even though they were taking the attack. So I really couldn't see the strategy from the players of NV Doctors, but let's see exactly how they defend instead. They win out a majority of their gunfights at the early get-go. 1 life deficit for the players of Smart Omega. Make that 2 as they are on the approach. Very aggressive very aggressive defensive side on the side of NV Doctors. Now, this is not something that I am in huge favor of, because as you overextend, as you force these one-on-one engagements, Smart Omega will turn the table on you, Pasha.
Yup, definitely. And with Smart Omega right now doing a great, well done job. And 93 is out for the take right now, but not gonna find anyone. Not gonna even like actually do anything because the fact is Smart Omega is doing well, but finally gets one, and he will be able to get one as well. But unfortunately, Gary shuts him down. But is that gonna be enough from the side of Envy Doctors right now? Whoopi coming in from the side right here, trying to actually anchor it out. Not gonna give any much overextension. He's just gonna pull through to the side of Envy Doctors and clears it out. But on the other hand, MIB right here will be going in for the scouting. He saw iDrop, but unfortunately will be dropped dead from the side.
And the players of Envy Doctors, although their defense is all right, they are losing that A flag little by little. Nobody's playing the second floor of Aurora launch. And all you need to do is just send one guy in there, send another overextension into control room to protect that A flag. But this is where the players of Envy Doctors are losing out on a lot. The position that MIB is holding to right now is so important, and that should have been played so much more earlier on, Fasha. Finally, he does, and you see the kind of impact that it brings, but it's just a little bit too late. The players of Envy Doctors, they know the strategy, but they're just a little bit too slow bringing it out there on the battlefield.
Alright, Candy gonna go found somebody from the side of the center. He will go in to make sure that no one from the Envy Doctors will try to scout the area side of the takeoffs. Not even a breakthrough from the side of the Envy Doctors. Now on the other hand, Smart Omega right here, not even gonna over exit anywhere from the side, because the fact is every angle has already been cornered out, and the team of Envy Doctors is just not doing good, AJ.
Yeah, this was anticipated already through all of those engagements that we saw out on S&D, and it will go ahead to continue. MIB still hasn't fully recovered, but at the very least, he is getting kills out there, but he is unfortunately on a double negative. Let's hope and pray the guy makes a comeback in here soon, because his team desperately needs him. Risky with the initial engagement, and it's just all Smart Omega with the first 4. Make that 5 kills.
Rage spots one, he
6,
takes one.
7.
Beautifully done from the Smart Omega. Not gonna drop anymore. He's just gonna
9.
take one. He will be able to
10.
spray that. But no, Hydra wins
13.
the rose. Beautifully done.
14.
By the side of Smart Omega. Look at that. And getting those
15.
kills. Ooh, shutting down everyone. And OP right here, Whoopi is gonna make sure that no one gets in. The Envy Doctors doesn't even able to get in from their spawn side right here. The team of Smart Omega goes in and brings the fight to the spot of Envy Doctors.
Yeah, this is a GG. They've got the streaks. They have got everything to win this matchup already. And look at Envy Doctors. They have got nothing to play with except their guns. Those score streaks are going to go to town on Envy Esports, and there's nothing that they can do about it. The Dragonfire kind of getting caught, though. A little unfortunate. But the Doctors still will be able to send it back through. 7. Make that 6 lives left for Envy Esports. And I think it's all over, Fasha.
Man, this is all over, but such a fast game indeed from the Smart Omega. Look at that, getting every single kill. Risky takes down 7. Look at that, with all the kills. And right now, iDrop will be taken down by MIB, but still, numbers still stands out. Candy just did one more, and he shuts down Spur. And this is 3-0 clean sweep again from the side of Smart Omega.
Smart Omega really taking the fight up to so many of those teams and dominating them. The first time against Envy Doctors, they whacked them 3-0. Second time round, it's the exact same story. And although Envy Doctors started off hot at that hard point, they just really couldn't find that momentum that they built up for themselves. And you don't really have those chances, right? The strategy this time coming through for the players of Envy Doctors was really, really weak. And you combine that with the super aggressive side of Smart Omega, things clearly were going to go south for Envy Doctors, and that's exactly what happened. Spur stepping up for the team this time round, but it just really wasn't enough, right? The whole team on negative KDs, whereas on the side of Smart Omega, everybody was popping off Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And this makes a difference really for this team.
To have lost
of
Neptune
Envy.
for a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But Fasha, a little surprising, right? With the way the players of Envy Doctors were engaging after they really showed up good at hardpoint.
Agreed. The Envy Doctors, they were already giving a little bit of light over the tunnel, ending of the tunnel, because the fact is they are at the bottom, and I keep on telling this, they need to step up at this double robin. This is the only second half. They need to do something to actually measure up to all of those teams that's inside the group, but unfortunately still struggling, and especially the fact that the second half of the Robin, they are meeting off with the most intense, most awesome team ever, which is Smart Omega. And I hope this does not make them moral even more down below as they are already from that first half. But I mean, Neptune, I hope that you're already here. Hopefully, you'll be able to
Yeah, I'm
give
here.
more idea what happened on the control, because it was so fast, it was so furious to a point that Smart Omega just did not give any chance or a breather for the MV Doctors.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of spawns being controlled by side of Smart Omega. And to AJ's point, I mean, Envy Doctors didn't stick together to counter that spawn trap that has been triggered, especially for the round number one. Thus, they have been taking a lot of lives from their side. And even if on the attacker side, they can take 1 point, the moment that they switch it to the other point that they need to take over, it's just like killing spree. It's like team deathmatch, and with only limited numbers of lives for the side of Envy Doctors, it makes it easier for Smart Omega. The spawn flips that has been triggered, especially on the second round and the third round. Actually, the third round was so quick that there's not much to read in that situation. But the second round, the spawn flip that has been done by Smart Omega, controlling the generator area with Idra being in there, staying and waiting for anyone to pop off. The focus of NB Doctors is make that spawn and try to take down Idra, but it's no countering that guy from that battle, and it just forces them to go in onto Aurora, and they try to take B once again, but the same thing happened on this match. But there we have it. We have the second series of this day and yet another 3-0 when we have great hopes from NV Doctors, especially for the side from the game of Hardpoint. It was just snowballing for the side of Smart Omega. It's clean, a clear win for Search and Destroy because of how they control the pace, and even if they try to match the pace of NB Doctors, they can still take that win. And it is with the help of Whoopi as well as Risky in there. And it's a good point, AJ, that Whoopi has utilized gaming, and not only snipers, but also with the use of SMGs to his advantage. When he will be left out solo, it's a great clutch that he can do within game, especially for SND. But on the takeoff map, I think what I can say for NV Doctors is they need to understand the spawn, the rotations, and make sure that if they are on a trap, and we talked about this from the previous day, AJ, if they are in a spawn trap, they can move together, try to defend themselves, and then later on spread each other around to make sure that they can counter that spawn and flip the spawn really to their favor. But it didn't happen right now. Hopefully it will happen moving forward in these games. But AJ, from this 3 matches that we've seen so far, I know it was great hope for Hardpoint, but on control map, any other points that we can say for NV Doctors?
You know, NV Doctors, they were overextending, and I feel like that was just not needed, right? Especially when they were on the defense earlier on, becoming very aggressive, taking the fight straight up to Smart Omega, when that was just not needed. They could have just held onto the flag, waited for Smart Omega to take the fight to them, and lock down those angles. And, you know, that just wasn't being done by the Doctors. And when you thought that perhaps Zen might be able to make some miracle play when he overextends, all he was doing was just giving away kills to the opponents, right? And Smart Omega very easily took that momentum, ran away with it. In fact, they were able to push up so high up the field that they were almost spawn trapping the players of NV Doctors, which is exactly where things start to get a little dicey, right? Not only are they winning out the gunfight, but they are controlling the map. And you know, when you talk about control, you talk about controlling those 2 flags. But if you're an aggressive team, you control those spawns, right? And this is what Smart Omega was able to do so many times in that matchup. And NV Doctors made it easy for them to pull those plays off. And in the third round, obviously, with Smart Omega winning out so many of those gunfights already, the score streaks were the final decision makers. But it was already clear as to who was going to win out control match, even from that very first round, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it is more of controlling, and we've talked about this when a game of with the mode of control, wherein there's several win factors that you can take, and Smart Omega really showed us that like controlling the spawn and making sure that you will be able to hold your ground, and either on defense or on attack side, you'll be able to flip those spawns. Then you can take that game to your team. And Kendi will be the soldier of the game right now. An average skill of 23 and a whopping 2.16 on KDA. And this is one thing that we really point out against NV Doctors. They really need to work on the mechanical skills. Yes, they have great tactics, but the mechanical skills was not working for their side. Thus, the KDA really is like negative from them. And apart, like mechanical skills is not easy when we think about this game, especially with top teams they are going against. But there you have, guys. We have the second series over for today, and we will be back for the third series. It's still us, Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, together with Mustachio, AJ, and Fashabani. We'll be right back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of news today and expect the chance of anti-air missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Garena Masters Season 3, day number 6. We've seen 2 series end so far, and we have 2 teams battling against giants, but so far, great potential has been shown from the side of Sem9 as well as MD Doctors. But going against the teams like ALMGHTY and Smart Omega really proves to be very, very difficult on this game. But as we jump into the 3rd series of this day, we're about to see 2 teams that I would say is most balanced, and teams that might bring us more excitement into these matches. Once again, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. I am your host and analyst for today. Joining me is the Mustachio AJ and Fasha Bani. And Fasha Bani, what do you feel about seeing these 2 teams of PDR Esports as well as RTL Esports fight it out for this game?
I mean, I agree on that thought that both of these 2 teams are very, very balanced. When it comes to the win rate, PDR is a little bit bottom, but 44% compared to the 55% that the team of RTL does it still has a way to actually topple. It can be flipped out when it comes to double half. And this is what we always talk about. First half, Robin, is where we get to know the team. We get to know our enemies. But then moving into the second half is where we use those mind games. We use every tactics to actually make sure that we'll be able to actually fight off, and maybe those gameplays will be put out right here on the side of this double robin. But on the other hand, PDR Esport, previously when we saw them fighting off, it was definitely a really, really hard fought game. Do you agree on that, AJ?
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And the last time PDR Esports went up against a team, it was against the one and only Smart Omega. And it was a well-fought team, well-fought match indeed, because they managed to rip away a game from the reigning defending champions. So if that's not enough to boost your confidence, I don't know what is, right? But following that, they really underperformed at S&D as well as Control. So this is what they need to be, very much aware of. Taking away a single win isn't going to be enough. You need to find that momentum. You need to carry on into those following matches as well. But if you look at the matchup that they took against RTL, they got thumped up 3-0. So this is their opportunity to make that comeback, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is, I would say, a challenge between the 2 teams. Yes, they were able to get the points from other teams. And it's a good point as well that both of these teams was able to get 1 point from Smart Omega, and 1 for Search and Destroy is in favor of RTL. And for the other match that you mentioned, AJ, the hard point for the side of PDR Esports. So it's more of a that is why we also dub them as a balanced team, the fair, because they have their own advantage against the top teams and also making good strides under the points. But going against each other as they are now doing the second round of the bout against these 2 teams, and we've seen how well other teams have improved and performed well. So I'm seeing great improvement and more excitement between these 2 teams of PDR Esports and RTL Esports, knowing that they have been in here as well so many times in the competition. Though RTL Esports has been rebranded, previously Tyrant, has now jumped back into Garena Masters. We are going to see if they really have what it takes to take a lot more points compared to each other. And it's a good point of the percentage as well, Fasha, that you pointed out. It's not that much of percentage difference. Well, when we look at the percentage, it might be that much. When we look at the win and loss ratio, like 5-4 for PDR Esports and 4-5 for RTL Esports, there's only 1 win deficit between these 2 teams. With PDR Esports, we have Yusop, Shirak, Olmo, Teflon, Cell, and Skepta. These members of the team really have performed well, especially for the side of Olmo. But AJ, who do you think will be the performer in this team of PDR Esports?
When you look at PDR Esports, obviously it's going to be Shirak all day, all night, right? The guy performs not just at hardpoint, but at S&D as well as Control. And a well-rounded player who has managed to secure quite a solid KD average for himself right now. Although not too flashy, a 1.15 KD is much, much better than the rest of his team members. Olmo is your second runner-up. Olmo is the guy who usually backs Shirak up in a majority of those engagements, and he performs extremely well when it comes to hardpoint. point. SND and control, those are his weak points, right? So at that point, Chirac depends a little bit more on the rest of his team members. But overall, PDR Esports has shown us that they are a very promising team. The only problem here is RTL Esports a cut above them.
Yeah, I mean, because of the experience that they have, as well as performance that we've seen from RTL Esports, it might be difficult. Really, it might be that like a little difficult for PDR Esports to battle against them once again in these matches. And so far for RTL Esports, throwing the question to you, Fashawani, who are you looking forward to see pop off in here from the lineup of Young J, Jello, Seven, Susano, Waki, and Freezy? Though I have an idea, I just want to hear it from you, Fasha.
I mean, sorry, I was a little bit of, I thrown out a little bit of my hee just now when I saw Omo was popping off. I mean, we keep asking who's popping off, but Omo was already there saying, I'm the one who's popping off. I'm the one who's popping off. But moving to the side of the question that you asked, RTL Esport. I mean, I am always the one who people probably saying that I have a crush on Young Jay. I mean, I respect him, man. He's an all-rounder. I keep on saying he is everything. He can go for sniping. He can switch it out from into an SMG. He backs up his own team. And Susano, despite always getting the heads off, able to do the MVP-wise soldier of the games, but Wacky, this is someone that I'm looking forward to. Despite we saw him doing such struggleness during the GYC, the first season of Garena Youth Challenges, but for this Garena Masters, it's like I see him on a different light, man. It's like maybe he's just graduated from that Garena Youth Challenges into becoming a great professional team right here, right now. RTL Esport, I mean, I'm rooting for them. Each and every single one of them, they are doing their best, and we are literally making them, or should I say, we are seeing them in whole different perspective, and I'm really really rooting for the RTL Esport this round, and hopefully they'll give a great game and fight on the grounds.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully we'll see them really pop off in here. Going in for the head-to-head of PDR Esports and RTL Esports, we have Chirac, as AJ mentioned, in here with a 23.25 average kills and a 1.15. Now, if we look at the 1.15 on the KDA, if we look at the KDA of Susano as well for the side of RTL Esports, it's 1.16. So it's not that much. There's not much difference between these two members of both teams that I'm really excited to see them, because looking at the numbers, it's quite balanced on them. Probably some of the difference is because of their role within each game, but it is quite balanced between these two teams with the points that they've taken, challenging team after team, similar teams actually. We've already pointed out the wins that they've taken against Smart Omega, and this is what we love to see. How well have they improved, and how much difference will this both of these team will show us on this next round they are fighting against each other? Because as we keep seeing and saying as well, it's more of the improvement that the teams really need to do on games or after each game, and it's not much of how or what is the result of the game itself. And I think it will also convey to one of the coaches. I just watched a video from one of the coaches. KDA, yes, it shows great stats, especially as it's like a resume for a member of a team. But when we talk about the whole team itself, like the KDAs, it really doesn't matter that much. It's more of what you can put into the table and as a member of the team. And I'm seeing that from both these teams that they have a well-rounded set of players. So looking forward to really this battle, the three matches on this series between PDR Esports and RTL Esports. Jumping into the map and modes right now, they have chosen Slums as their hard point, Raid, and Search and Destroy, and Takeoff will be Control. For the side of PDR Esports, they banned Firing Range and Purifier. And for, I think this is RTL, really, that they have banned Hacienda and the Sparrow on the operator skills. Now, Slums, we've seen this, and this is quite a new addition, but a lot of teams has already worked their way around in playing hardpoint in this game. AJ, any thoughts on what can be the best plan of attack as well as a counter for those moving in onto the hardpoint?
Yep, first of all, apologies to PDR Esports. I totally forgot that they actually took the match at SND away from the players of RTL. So that's going to be one thing that I'm looking forward to, right, at rate. But obviously, the last time where they did take the win over off of them, it was at standoff. And there was poor performance from the players of PDR. A little bit apologies here for the logo towards the bottom. It should be RTL, guys. But, you know, when they did take this raid matchup against NV Doctors, the players of RTL, they lost that matchup. So perhaps this is where PDR Esports can use it to overcome RTL. That's a assumption here, but they just have to take the fight up to them, man. They have got the mechanical capabilities to do so. It's just that those rotations need to be really, really sharp. And also, in terms of the players of PDR Esports making a comeback in here, they've got everything on their side now.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully they use those things on their side to take advantage on this game as we start this match right now. Casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much. And first off, a shout out to the people in the comment section thinking that I'm fake. Shervin Sachil, yes, brother, I am here. As these players take on each other, PDR versus RTL. The match starts off a little bit hot here, Fasha, with both teams just bashing their heads through to get to that hard point. But you can see the overextension coming through from the players of RTL. They just want to catch out PDR Esports, stopping them before they even get to that hard point.
Agreed. P2, they want to control it first. They want to make sure they got the spawn flip first. On the other hand, PGR will definitely scrape out every single point they will get for this P1. Nevertheless, the RTL, this is the map that we also see that RTL definitely pops off. PDR as well, they did pop off on the MV Doctors. That's why they actually choose this map. It's like both of these teams, they know how it's going to be like. They're actually choosing the strength over their side. But nevertheless, right here, Freezy is already waiting. He doesn't see anyone yet, but he's just waiting for the time. Once someone comes into this frame, he will shut him down. Right here, Skepta will be spotted out, but no! Skepta gets him killed first. But on the other hand, right now, moving into the P2, he's already been controlled for the RTL, but PDR able to flip out that spawn right here. Omo coming in for the push right now. He will be popping out, but oh, Susano will definitely not allow him, and he comes in as well. He shuts down one player. He's looking for another one. He spots Skepta. A little bit strugglers, but he will be able to take him down as well.
Oh, brilliant plays coming through from Susano, making sure the players of PDR do not take the spawn away from him. And PDR just needs to bash their heads through into the hard point. You know, the right way to break this P2 is to take that spawn away. But when you've got a player as annoying as Susano there, things get so much more difficult, right? Towards the very final moments, we do see the players of RTL still managing to hop on in. They get the scrap points away. PDR Esports, let's see if or not they can set up this P3. They've already gone in for a super early rotation, holding on to the anchor spots, and once again they give the option away to RTL with Young J holding on to the spawns here. Amazing stuff coming through from the players of PDR.
Agreed, with Young J just the only one left, but just in the nick of time when he was shut down, Seven comes through with the help of Frizzy as well, which is an amazing job come through. A really good formation coming in from the RTL. They know where to go, they know where to be like, but PDR comes through from the right side. They want to go for the front of the engagement, breaking heals right this instant, but unfortunately not going to be easy for the RTL. They're still maintained at the spawn side. They want to make it for the anchor, but nevertheless they lose focus on the objective. But now they comes back, they're able to break it back and give those points back to themselves. But the team of PDR Esports still maintained with the 69 points. It's going to be a little bit too close for both of these teams.
RTL, 59 points in here already. They're trying to get into the hard point without even breaking the spawns. Very smart move coming through with 10 more seconds left in here. They also send their players to overextend to hold on to the anchors for that P4. But PDR Esports have been holding on to the spawn for the longest of time now. They should be able to string it from P3 into P4. The numbers advantage is there for them, but they're not winning out a majority of their gunfights here. Finally, as I say, that Seven and Freezy, they take over the situation, and Freezy, fully streaked up here, can bring the damage and the fight to the rest of the players of RTL.
Oh, sheesh, Breezy, Susano, as well as Seven doing well. The Enlighter is just giving each much of the kills for themselves. I mean, early rotation-wise, amazing job, but PDR was trying to do a contest coming in, but once the Enlighter was out, that's gonna be for the tape for the team of RTL. But nevertheless, right now, PDR want to go in from the graveyard, but does not spot anyone yet. Seven will be making sure that no one in. but he missed it out. He missed a little bit of chances, but right now PDR will be going in, but no, not gonna give a chance at all. RTL will push through, but finally Seven will be shut down. Jello on the other hand still maintained at the garage, but no, Frizzy will be shut down, and right now PDR unfortunately able to break this a little bit, but PDR will be shut down with that Predator missiles.
We do apologize for the flipped logos at the very top, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll get that sorted out in a little bit. It's even confusing to me as a shoutcast. To 83. PDR Esports seems to have done well so far in this hardpoint matchup. And they're just keeping it equal against the players of RTL, right? But PDR, they have got one, ace up their sleeves. They are setting out their players to maintain pressure around the perimeter of this hardpoint. And that's the winning solution for them. And as RTL continues to jump into the hardpoint, they are losing their lives to all of these players on the side of PDR who are overstepping their boundaries. And that, of course, ends up being punished as RTL breaks the hardpoint. But as hardpoint number one is, it just swings around back and forth. So no doubt whatsoever, PDR should be bringing the fight back in a few seconds here, Vasha.
Agreed, and that's what you were talking about. They finally break the heels, but Susano comes through, but unfortunately will be taken down by Shira. Youngie on that hand with a pistol, Unfortunately switch up finally to the RPD, but then unable to maintain that momentum, and in the end PDR shuts him down. Jello on the other hand goes into only moving most of those scrap times for themselves. PDR already going in for the early position of the P2, knowing for the fact that the first half was already given out for the team of RTL. They did that early rotation, but now the PDR comes back. Here we got Frizzy trying to get in, but unfortunately will be shut down. Skepta on the other hand will be taken down by Susano. Susano finally bakes in from one player, but Teflon is right here, will be given out with the support of Teflon as well. And right here, we'll be seeing that the team of RTL trying to get into the spot will not be allowed at all. The entrance will be denied from the team of PDR Esports.
Yeah, solid play coming through from the players of PDR now. RTL earlier on, remember how they held on to these spawns, but now they can't get through and they are going in the wrong door. They're not overextending. They're not trying to flip out those spawns, and they know that they do not have enough time, and therefore they give up on the hard point. But is that going to be the reason why they lose this match to the players of PDR Esports? This is a surplus of 20 points that RTL Esports has donated over to PDR, Fasha.
Yep, and early rotation, is it going to be doing any good from the side of RTL right here? We got Jello with a gravity vortex already waiting. Crazy on the other hand will be holding up from the garage side. He moves out with two players coming in. He will be doing the backstab instead. A great repositioning coming in. Crazy will be spotting one. He doesn't get Skepta, but in the end Skepta will be taken out, but that information will be given out from the RTL. Nevertheless, the early rotation has boosted out the numbers from the side of the hard point, and the PDR going in from the right side, trying to take over, not going to overextend just like how we saw. They're not going to go in for the spawn side, but RTL on the hand still maintain at that P3.
139 to 151. Although RTL Esports gave up the previous hard point, they knew the winning success of this next one, right? Hold on to the spawns over at Fountains. But as I say that, the gods of RNG give away these spawns to the players of PDR. But as soon as they get given it, they just hop on off of the point. What in the world? PDR Esports had the advantage there, but they still have got the hard point though. That's the more important point, Pasha. Hunter Killer Drone might put out the final player out of succession, but it doesn't happen. RTL Esports, they were a little lucky to quickly pull that back, but PDR got even luckier that nobody was there to punish them.
Agreed. And scrap time still goes out to the team of PDR, and they'll still a little bit of that measurement where we talk about that they lost most of that P point for themselves and they sacrificed it for that early rotation. In the end, right now, the team of PDR still maintained with this 176, but with the garage side already controlled from the RTL, and Susano with the N will popping up, making sure that no one gets in. Hopefully this is a chance they're able to actually challenge those points. And Seven on the other hand also switch off to the Enlighten, making sure that each and every single angle from the right side as well as from the left side of the garage will not be contested from the team of PDR.
See, cluster strike brought out by the players of RTL this time round just to block off one entrance. Make that, definitely one entrance. The second one can still be squeezed through, but all the players of RTL need to do is just look towards the way of Graves and shut down those players. Hunter Killer Drone will be brought out as well, just as an extra security. Finds no one at the very time. But as the players of RTL try to hold this down, look at the setup coming through from PDR Esports, sending down one objective player and the rest of them holding that line back because they know there's just a very few seconds left at that hard point. So scrap points picked up by Omo Big plays coming through here. And I have to say, that was just brilliant strategy by PDR eSports. Not sending in the whole troop for those scrap points, but very, very decisive by putting that trust into the hands of Omo.
Agreed. Very, very trustful to the side of Omo. And Omo actually really goes in for the result. And we know for a fact when it comes to result, Omo pulls through. But on the other hand, RTL want to make sure that the P1 will be breaks out. But unfortunately, the PDR already stands it out. And the Fire Dragon's already coming through. And on the other hand, 7 comes in from the Graveyard spots. 1, he shuts down 2, but unfortunately will be traded out with the Usopp instead. But Usopp also been taken out by JLo. And this is the break that is needed from the team of RTL. Skepta on the other hand breaks through from the side of Susano. They want to go in for the flag on the right side. But no, Yang Jae will not allow it. Yang Jae and Frizzy will be holding this P1 like it's their dear life, holding on to with 270 points right here. Susano peeling out from the graveside, but the breaks is returned. But no comes back with the Susano right here as a backup right here. He clears out with the 221 points. A great backup, but PDR breaks it again. But this is scrap time. The early rotation comes in for the team of RTL.
Amazing plays from PDR. Yes, they pick up the scrap points, but the objective now needs to be to remove RTL from that spawn, from the spawn of P2. But look at RTL. They stack up 2 players to back up those spawns. But this is where PDR eSports can bash their heads through right into that hardpoint faster. And they're doing it. They secure the hardpoint. PDR has got the players of RTL in a checkmate position and they take away those points.
Okay, knowing for a fact that tactic did not work, finally they break through with JLo right here as the solo player. He goes in and Frenzy as well for the Slayer side. He wanna backs it up and point still goes out to the team of RTL. Shots coming through with Susano as a backup right here. They leave out that whole tactic right here. 1 player at one side and now they're being scattered out on the side of the PDR. Going through with the grenade side, a little bit stronger, but 3 players coming through right now. JLo shuts down 1, shuts down 2 with a 7 health as well. With 1 more player to go, he spawns it out. He throws that drone. Can he get anyone? He gets 1 as well, and 1 more point for the team of RTL wins round number 1.
Ooh, valiant effort from PDR eSports, constantly keeping up that pressure with those rotations, but RTL eSports just locking down the key points of the map a little bit stronger in comparison to PDR eSports, right? Even to the point where they brought out that cluster strike just to force all of the players of PDR eSports into a small funnel just to take them down one after the other. That was just perfection. Freezy doing a lot for the team of RTL this time around, picking up those shots. But I have to say, my personal MVP is most definitely Susano. Without him holding those anchors, without him holding on to these spawns for the players of RTL, especially at P2, things could have gone south. You saw how close this matchup was. It was a lot of heavy picking done here by Susano, and they knew that the weak point of that P2 was going to be exploited by PDR, and they beef up their defense the second time around. But PDR, they bring out their smarts as well, rushing into the hard point straight up. But here is where it fails, guys. Where it fails is because RTL still holds on to the spawns at P2 from the back at Arches, they were able to supply non-stop manpower in there for the engagement, constantly resetting the spawns of PDR, which was way too far away at Graves, right? And by the time they made it back through, RTL just had that point conquered. Amazing strategy, amazing rotations by RTL, and amazing map control as well. But PDR almost stole this away, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was very, very close between these two teams, and it's mostly more of capture and contention that we've seen. It's only later within the match that we've seen the spawns being utilized in this game, and also it's a good point that you mentioned, AJ, letting go of one of the hill and rotating early into P3. They are, was it P3? P3.
Yeah.
They were able to let go of the spawns and take good cover to go in onto P4, and then that is a good stride that can be done by the team. But as you can see, as the scores they take, it's 219 and 250. It's very, very close between these two teams, and compared from what we've seen of spawn traps, there's not much of spawn trap being happening right here. It's because of how balanced they are in terms of mechanical skills.
Yep.
The moment that RTL can take advantage of the spawn, PDR eSports just get back and take those spawns and then flip them to their favor, and it was just back and forth until the final moment, as you pointed, AJ, that they took advantage of the spawn, made themselves in there with unlimited supply of manpower. Thus, they were able to take this game. There you have it. It is, as we expected, a very, very balanced, fair game between these two. But as we move in to search and destroy, when we know already that the one team has a great advantage in here, and it is from the if I'm not mistaken, that was RTL Esports who took the game. They are in a lead to go in for 2-0. But AJ, what do you read of the situation, especially as they are jumping into the raid map?
I feel like PDR might stand a chance in here, right? The last time they did take a matchup in standoff S&D against the players of RTL, they managed to snatch away a victory. Now we play at Raid, and Raid is a pick by RTL, and this is what's confusing. The players of RTL, they lost Raid to NV Doctors, so there might just be center points of exploitation here by PDR Esports at this match. If at all they've done their homework well, but RTL back rips a new one in them. Neptune, we'll catch up with you in a little bit, buddy.
Oh man,
Right.
I mean, like you were talking and then we were thinking like, why RTL picked this map, right, AJ? But then popping off straight away from the get-go, Neptune. We appreciate. But I'm so sorry we gotta take over right here. The game is already started, but thank you so much, Neptune. Right now, Frizzy is looking for another player right there. On the other hand, Shirak will be spotted out. Sprinting away with the wacky shutting down Shirak. But one more player to go. Omo is still scattering around. 3v1 right here. Omo will be number stacked out. And two players coming through. Wacky! Again, I gotta say, man, he's not wacky anymore, AJ.
Oh no, not at all, right? I mean, he started off a little shaky, but he's most definitely found his momentum in the competition already, and he's now one of the best attackers that the team of RTL Esports can have on their side. In fact, he's just so, such a menace out there on the battlefield that all of those players want to watch out for him. But Wacky misses that one shot, swings around, doesn't get the second, but Usopp makes a quick one out of those two players. Freezy, and with the position that he holds on to, which was just so unique, right? Just very aggressive. He's out in the open, but he doesn't have anything to worry about at all because RTL, they threw their numbers in there.
Yep, definitely. And numbers again stacks up to the team of RTL, and Omo left all alone. 4v1 right here. Actually squeezed out a little bit from Susano. Okay, he shuts down Susano, but information will be given out. He repositioned himself. And on the other hand, right now, bomb has already been dropped. 30 seconds on the clock. Omo coming in the square right now, looking for another player, but it's already been cornered up by both the players. Either one will be able to step it out. He spots Young Jay, but Freezy right there is already waiting to take him down.
And just like that, it's a 2-0. PDR Esports just need to slow the pace down a little bit. They are on defense. They don't really need to overextend and force these engagements. Early on at Square Center, they could have played a slightly slower game, but you saw exactly where that failing was, right? With RTL Esports rushing in, taking the backstab from Central Garden, just ended their run. But Skepta, as well, this time around, make the difference for the side of PDR Esports. Early 2 frags coming through.
Right, which takes down one player again despite the rotation. The RTL still maintain a great, well done job, but Omo finally big stab. And on the other end, 2v2 right this instant. Bomb has already been dropped, but nevertheless, Omo will be putting out from the backup. Oh, but unfortunately, he's left all alone. Will be caught out by Freezy, and he will be shut down. Usopp left all alone right here. Bomb still hasn't been controlled yet. Usopp does not know where is the bomb. The bomb will be collected, and on the other end, Usopp right now is on a nick of time, looking forward to where is the location of the RTL himself. He goes into the money room, does not spot anyone. He goes back, and on the end, bomb will be planted out from the B flag instead. But right now, Usopp is looking towards the other side of the basketball, does not even realize it. But once bomb has already been dropped, it's too late because Freezy has already spotted him out.
Amazing stuff from the players of RTL Esports, not slowing down their pace. And they just want to take this match, wrap it up as quickly as possible, hand it back over to PDR as a little gift of thank you. Teflon not really stepping up just yet. And as the players of RTL take a very quick attacking round towards that swimming pool, look at the setup for PDR. This looks strong, all smoked out already. No access through the gardens. They just jump on into basketball court. This is just insane out of RTL.
All right. Okay. Good momentum coming in from the PDR. A really good formation, but nevertheless, RTL, a really aggressive motion has already cost them a lot of their lives. Frizzy on the hand does not spot anyone in the end. Will be taken down by Uso, but nevertheless, right now, two more players to go. Will be spotted out, but Wacky on the other hand
Awesome.
will be shut down, and Young J also will be stopped as well. And finally, 1 point goes out to the PDR Esport. I mean, this is the question that we actually already put out, whereby why did RTL actually choose this map? I mean, this is something that I also see from the patterns that RTL has put out throughout this game, throughout the tournaments itself. They, when it comes to a map, they actually been dropped out. They want to contest it again. They want to challenge again. They want to switch up those odds for themselves. And this is what we see on. And hopefully, it does not go down to the side of the PDR, because so far right now they're responding well. And PDR maintaining a great composure from the B bomb right here, takes down Usu on the other hand, will not be spotted out by Frizzy right now. Spot him out. He will be repositioning himself, but the stun guns is taking up a little bit. But no worries, Uso will be doing a surprise attack. But Frizzy, unfortunately, with 2 players on the clock, PDR finally will be backed up to get that 1 more point for themselves.
The winning factor here for the players of PDR Esports is just slowing down the pace as they engage with RTL. No need to rush on into those spots as the defending team, right? And they just need to keep up these rounds for themselves. But this time, they split up into a 3-2 formation. 3 players just taking care of that A bomb side. And RTL getting super aggressive down mid. This might just be a game changer for them, Pasha.
PDR is a little bit off their feet, knowing for the fact that the team of RTL has already switched their momentum. And right now, 1 player coming through from the garage side and 2 players maintain on that high ground, knowing for a fact that the RTL is already going in from the A side, but the backstab, let's see from the square side. But no, not even a chance. Wacky does not allow it. Uso will be shut down. 2 more players to go. Frizzy is going in to the spawn site, doesn't know where it is yet, but bomb has already been dropped. Now looking for any traces of the team of PDR, does not spot it out, but will be unfortunately switching up that angle, giving out Skepta in the end. Frizzy to be shut down, but right now spot out Susano with a quick scope, takes him down as well. A great well done job by the PDR, but the bomb's still ticking right here. 20 seconds on the clock. Skepta moves into the garden side. He spots one, unfortunately missed it out, but he moves in again. He spots one again, but no! RTL is just playing hide and seek right there with the head glitch. Unfortunately, able to take him down as well. Great well done job. The sniper versus sniper, but now we got 7 as the ticking clock. He shuts down Skepta as well.
That got close. PDR Esports, they know what they're doing out there on the battlefield for sure. And they're just testing out some of these strategies, right? Taking their players, sending out, players especially like the one and only Omo to go out there for the overextension. But it's all going to depend in the hands of Teflon, though. He needs to step it up for the team. 7 with a very weak engagement. And Usopp takes him out very quickly from that engagement as well. PDR Esports this time forcing their way through the mid-segment of the map, just like what RTL did, but just not heavy in numbers.
On the other hand, a little bit throw off their feet from the RTL. They move into this mid. Little do they know that the PR was already waiting for them. And right now, Skepta misses that chance, repositioned himself. And on the other hand, we'll give that information to Teflon, but Susano will take him down. 1 player still maintained at the garage side. Frizzy will not go down, a little bit slow in. Susano, on the other hand, goes in back to the swimming pool, but Bomb's still been hold down. Let's see if Frizzy can spot one yet. But Young J, on the other hand, still maintained on his positioning. Wacky is trying to figure out where is the bomb will be going in. They actually read it up, but location has already been spotted out. Bomb will be going into the B side, and they know it. They already predicted what it's gonna be like. Omo coming into the gallery side. It's gonna be tough. Hopefully he knows how it's gonna be like with 1 player at that sculpture. He does not see it out, but he repositioned himself again on the gallery side. Frizzy is already inside there, and it's gonna be tough for the team of PDR. They're a little bit hesitant. They're trying to take it slow, just like how you did. But on the other hand, all players from the team of RTL has already stepped up. It's the only way they can do it if they already overextend to the side of A side. But time is ticking right now. They don't have any more choice. And Skepta will be shut down. 1 more play to go. And in the end, Bomb is still being held up by Omo. Omo still want to maintain on the A side. He has no chance anymore. He said goes for the kill right now. Can he get it? Nope. Young J will take him down instead.
The round MVP was Fasha Bunny, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This woman doesn't breathe at all. But RTL Esports, they very easily sweep the rug out from under the feet of PDR Esports here, and Teflon, and the guy is still struggling. You know, one thing that the players of PDR could have done a little bit differently there is to send out their sniper Skepta instead of the guy who was holding on to the bomb. So Omo was allowed to push on fourth. The sniper on the side of PDR, on the other hand, wasn't really doing a lot at all, Pasha, and that just needs to change for the team of PDR.
Agreed. And nevertheless, right now, moving in for the rotation, and we got full-on squad RTL just sticking together, roaming around the whole entire map as a defensive hit, and PDR, Chirac on the end, taking double kill, triple kill, almost getting that double kill, but in the end, Chirac will be shot down by Susano. Frizzy on the other hand, a little bit overextension, 2v4, right? This is going to be a little bit tough. The PDR finally strikes back, but Susano on the other hand, right now, going to give a little bit of pressure. Frizzy on the other hand will be giving that information. They will be cornering them out, but Skepta is already waiting with the hard scope, and right now Susano is left all alone. 1v4, can he make it? Nah, Skepta said nah, Susano.
PDR Esports, and this is what we are talking about, right? Hold down those defensive angles and don't overpush. All of your compound needs to be secured, and that's a great play coming through from them. They push into basketball court, they lock down their angles, and they wait for RTL Esports to come pushing. The only time we see slight overextension is when they do have the numbers to back them out at that swimming pool. Amazing response, amazing adjustment from PDR Esports against a very, very strong side of RTL that we saw at the start of this S&D.
Agreed. The respawn is very well for the PDR despite losing those numbers during the beginning rounds, but now they're coming back. A little bit high off for the side of RTL, but right now they're playing it a little bit hesitant from right to the left, but finally pulls through to the A side. They're just figuring out which way would be the best, and RTL does not know what is going to happen because PDR is just playing mind games right now, and Chirac spot Wacky, not gonna get it, but Wacky will be getting those kills instead. Unfortunately, the missed chance coming towards the side of PDR, but it's okay. Bomb has already been dropped. RTL coming in for the push with a full squad from the higher ground advantage. Gonna throw those nades to the side of the team of PDR. It's gonna be tough, and Susano right now gonna spray it out. Let's see if 5v4 will be maintaining to the side of RTL. Is it gonna be to the PDR? 7 shots down. Omo on the other hand, Freezy spots one. He doesn't see one. He sprays one. He gets one, another one. He sprays it off with that KSP. He gets another one as well. And on the other hand, now the bomb will be refused from the side of RTL.
Amazing plays, but you know, it's overall just engagement after engagement that RTL Esports pushes it in for, and the patience that you expect to see out of PDR Esports just wasn't there in that round. Hopefully we will be able to see them perhaps slow things down a little bit, right? And the one player that really needs to continue stepping up for the team is Skepta, as the sniper of the squad has to push the front lines and allow others on the team of PDR to drop back first. Amazing play, but unfortunately, Wacky is just too much to take on.
It is too much to take on. Wacky is just wackiness with his sniping, and despite with that 1v1 sniper, Wacky has a better aim and accuracy. And on the end, Freezy right now, here's the stabs, and he will be doing the surprise attack, but no, Shira takes him down, but 7 will be doing the backup right here at the star side, and that information will be given out right here, knowing for the fact that PDR going in from the swimming pool, he's going to go in for the rotation, but nevertheless, RTL coming in for the backstab. Omo will shut down Susano as well. The numbers are now equalized by both of this team. PDR versus RTL. Bomb will be dropped by Omo right now. A lot of the RTLs right now is in a nickel time. They don't know what was going on. PDR is just throwing off their feet, but nevertheless, once the bomb is dropped, RTL goes in right now. 7 looking for a way to go in. Goes to the side of the gallery side. PDR, on the other hand, is just going to go in from the head glitch of the sculpture. But 7 goes to the ramp. Want to find out where is the location, and we have Wacky with a sniper. That will give up more boost, and with 7 sprays out, one more play to go. He goes with the head glitch and will be able to defuse the bomb, and this is match point for them. Win of the S&D goes out to the RTL.
I was expecting him to pull off an emote or something and waste more time. 7 wraps things up. 7-3. You have to call that fate, right? 7 getting the 7th round for the players of RTL Esports. But amazing rotations overall for the players of RTL, keeping that pressure up. PDR Esports could have taken the fight a little bit better, in my opinion, if only they had slowed that pace down a little bit. In some of those rounds, they should have had Skepta leading the charge, but instead he was playing it too passive, and the time times where he did play it aggressively, Wacky was just such an immense annoyance for Skepta out there on the battlefield, right? I mean, you even saw that engagement at one point over at Garden, if I'm not mistaken, where Wacky was engaged by one of those players, holding in to the SMG, plays the head glitch, steps on out, takes that quick shot, and he's just been instrumental for the side of RTL picking up this win, although he is at the 4th. But look at the number of kills this guy secures for himself. 9 in comparison to the guy that pulled away the MVP, Freezy. Amazing stuff out of RTL Esports. But PDR, they got close here, Vasha.
Yep, definitely a really, really close game. I mean, PDR, you said it yourself already. They needed to slow things down. There were sometimes they actually responded well, but then when RTL was already reading them up, it was the end. PDR was just not going to find any more tactics to up their sleeve to actually fight off with the RTL, and they know how to position themselves. Despite the bomb has already been dropped, the time was ticking. They just know how to move as one. Am I right, Neptune?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's more of the aggressiveness that RTL really has shown in here. Thus, they have the great potential to go and take this win. And it's just probably a change of map, really, that turned things around between these two teams of PDR Esports and RTL Esports. Thus, it was taken to the advantage of RTL. But as we mentioned earlier, it is a 2-0 right now. And hopefully, we have a PDR Esports who will be able to take back this one map of takeoff that is the control mode right here. But looking at what they have done so far, it is RTL Esports who have a great advantage when it comes to control. They have 2 wins compared to I would say the 3 losses that PDR Esports has in control. So it's more of the homework that PDR Esports did. But I would say with RTL Esports, they've done their homework as well. So if we assume or go back to an assumption that these two teams are fair or the same income when it comes to tactics as well as their performance, both of them will be moving up, and it's not looking good for PDR Esports. This might be a very, very close fight, but it's gearing towards RTL from this game. But AJ, going in here on control, I know we have the numbers already. We have the statistics. What can PDR Esports do against RTL on this control game?
I think Omo needs to dance a little bit more. I think he needs to do the happy dance for the team and motivate them, because PDR Esports, I think they started off hardpoint really solid, but at Raid S&D, they were just rushing the process of that game a little bit too quickly, right? They could have just played their angles a little bit better. They are a team that can engage with RTL quite equally out there on the battlefield, but it just didn't seem so on S&D. Teflon mainly couldn't really step up, and one of the main reasons was because the pace of that match was just way too quick for him. Every time he just found those players, they were rushing in, he got taken out of the equation, everything started breaking down for PDR Esports. So this is what I wanted from them, right? To slow the pace down, and it's going to be so much more important over at Control, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. Especially as this looks like a respawn mode, but because of the lives that needs to be counted in here, it is similar to the approach of what AJ mentioned in Search and Destroy. So hopefully they will be able to take it slow right now. Whether at which point, whether you're in attack or in defense, you can either take it slow or really get great rotation and take cover on those spawns to be able to maintain your position within the map. But as we start this game, this is takeoff map in Control, and this is where it's on the line for the side of PDR Esports. Battle continues. RTL Esports and PDR on Control. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. And from the very get-go, it looks like PDR Esports just wants to take the split and the attack against RTL, who are on defense. Now, that's just that one strategy I'm not a huge fan of, especially when you're on the attack. You want to focus on just one of those flags at a time. Overextending usually does not bear fruit. But let's see if or not PDR will be able to prove that theory wrong as they continue to push for both flags at the very same time, Fasha.
Agreed. And somehow with aggressive that pushing. Each one of them are losing those gunfights. RTL on the end spot them out from the launch sensor, clears them out easily, but nevertheless, right here, Jello will backs him out. PDR Teflon spots him out and still maintaining with the same tactic they did, the switching up, but finally now they will be sticking out 3 players going into the B flag. Hopefully they'll do something, but no, RTL will not allow it, not at all. But Teflon will be shot down, and then again, still fight continues from the side of the team of RTL. Not even a movement coming in from the team of PDR. 14's life already being shut down, 12 more down to go, and right now RTL is still stacking up those numbers for themselves.
I mean, look at the line that the players of RTL are holding up to. They are trying to spawn trap PDR ESPORTS, and PDR only has 9 more lives to sustain. And the strategy of going in for the split when you're on the attack at control just immediately broke down. It's not like you cannot do it, Pasha, but you have to really be in control of your mechanical skills. You really have to be in control of the pace-up of the match as well. You need to be confident and you need to execute those fights on the battlefield. PDR ESPORTS hasn't been doing that. Their strategy is in shambles, and RTL takes the first round.
Not only they take the first round, after knowing for the fact the lives are already down from the side of PDR, they take the game straight to the team of PDR and shut them down straight away. It was just so fast to a point that RTL was saying that let's end this all right here, right now. But round number 2, let's see, once the switching side will be done, how aggressive will it be like for the team of RTL, and how will the team of PDR defend them by? So far right now, both of them are sticking. The same tactic will be used from their side, but on the other hand, they don't overextend to the B side. We're seeing both of these teams are doing the same tactic and the same response coming towards the side of PDR and RTL. Am I right, AG?
I much prefer PDR ESPORTS this time round. They're trying to control the control room, but it's spotted out by RTL already. You see the position held on by Young Jae. This is an essential position if you are on defense to make sure that A flag doesn't get caught away. But with Young Jae holding down control room, he's making sure he prevents PDR ESPORTS from stepping up. But Usopp still manages to catch 7 off guard. PDR ESPORTS now playing all of those offhand angles against RTL, and that's the winning strategy here. They just need to keep this up.
Defensive-wise, they're doing well. Not even a step for the team of RTL to get in, but Susano comes in with the Annihilator, and right now Teflon gonna make sure that control room will not goes in from the side of the RTL. 7 comes in, and right now there's an opening for the side of RTL, but somehow will be catch out with the Predator missile from the side of RTL right here, and the team of PDR is back to the 0 again. Right now, they need to go to the scrap board, holding off to the B flag. Frizzy on the hand with the Annihilator, spots 1. He spots Shirak. He shuts down Shirak as well. And on the end, right now, goes in slowly into the B flag right here, looking for the team of PDR. There's not spot 1, but the Annihilator right now just looking towards just to get that one more kill. And he got one. Amazing job. And Frizzy will be shutting out Usopp as well, but will be backstabbed. But that's the information needed from the side of the RTL, going in for the B flag.
And this is game over already. You're talking about 17 lives up against just 4. PDR ESPORTS needs to win every single gunfight on their side. And with Young Jae slowly moving in for that backstab, things just get a little bit more trickier for PDR ESPORTS. So just running around in circles, Teflon and Omo, they may win out a gunfight for themselves, but just 3 more lives to sustain. Make that 2. RTL should have this in the bag as well.
Round number 2. Again, to the side of the RTL, not even skipping a beat at all, even from that hard point match. We are seeing each momentum coming in from the RTL keep on superb for every single match they have done. On the other hand, PDR, the moral's been down right now. Not even a beat, they'll be able to keep it out. But once the switching side, hopefully they've learned from those mistakes. And finally, 4 players coming through from the A side, but will be denied from the team of PDR. Right now, for the RTL, right now, will be going in for the Predator missiles. But Teflon going to push through with the Fire Dragons coming in. Hopefully, it will give a little bit boost up for the PDR, but RTL does not. And the numbers on the other hand really stacked up for them. But Teflon comes in and will be shut down instead from the Young Jae side.
PDR ESPORTS. This time around, the adjustment is a little bit better. They don't go in for the split to focus on 2 flags, but instead they focus just on that A flag, using launch center as that power position, sending in 1 objective player. The strategy is so much more sound for PDR ESPORTS. They just need to continue winning out their gunfights, but the strategy from RTL just a little bit more solid, using their tacticals to open up those engagements and then using it as a great advantage, right? PDR ESPORTS will continue having their numbers thinned down, and now with Susano whipping up the Dragonfire, that just gives them extra bits of information on that map so that they can control the defensive side a little bit better as well. PDR haven't been able to outsmart RTL in any way whatsoever. With 23 seconds left to go on the clock, this just got much more harder, Fasha.
Yup. Even despite with the switching of the pace or the tactics from the side of PDR, they're not able to do it. And with that Predator missile straight away from the spawn side of PDR, the RTL saying like, we're bringing the game straight away to you, my man. You're not gonna give any opportunity to actually get that flags at all. And numbers still stand out with 5 more left to go. And right now, Susano comes in with the boosting, touches down everyone, and with Frizzy in his hand, he clearly wipes out every lives that the team of PDR has, and the RTL wins 3-0 clean sweep.
It's just a pure dominant side of RTL esports when it came to those engagements. Round 1 was super weak from PDR, overextending when it was just not needed. Round 2 obviously was RTL esports on the attack, and it was just a game of perfection for them. And round 3 came down to those tacticals and catching PDR esports off guard. Overall, Young Jay is one of the main players on the side of RTL this time around, right? And it wasn't because of the kills. It was because of the positions that he was holding on to, making sure that PDR will not be able to run away with the match with those power positions. And that was such a huge difference maker, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would agree as well as in what you mentioned. The splits for the side of PDR Esports really is not working for them. And like it's, as we mentioned previously, Spawn's knowledge is what we use in control mode. Now, RTL triggered the spawns from a spawn trap, or try to go for the spawn trap in there. And this is where patience comes into play. And it's a counter really for a spawn trap is to stick together and then slowly move in, go and rotate, spread out later on to be able to control or flip the spawn to your favor. But it has not been done from PDR from that round number 1. For round number 2, as RTL was on the attack, it's not only that they were taking kills early into the game, they can also, they were able to get one of the point as well, and afterwards it was just killing spree, and it was that momentum that they have. Now they converted on round number 3, and how quick round number 3 finished because of the operator skills and the score streaks that they can use from that. Thus, it was a clear 3-0 in here from starting from when the PDR Esports has utilizing or made those mistakes, utilizing them within the game. Thus, it was difficult for them to overcome RTL Esports from this match. When we thought that it will be a balance between these two, from Hardpoint, like it was showing that the loss of Hardpoint really and Slums has affected PDR Esports from this game. Thus, it was rolling over, and they are being taken over by RTL Esports. This can also contribute as to RTL Esports really doing their homework, finding out their weaknesses and converting them, finding out what will be the weaknesses of PDR Esports and utilizing them against PDR Esports. But it is what it is. There's not much that we can do, especially if teams will be improving and performing well. And this is great for RTL Esports, as we keep mentioning that the fairness between these two really is might be detrimental for RTL Esports. But with this performance that they've shown right now, they really spring them up for a chance to go in for the top 2. But AJ, what else can you say about all of the matches that we've seen between RTL and PDR Esports?
I think, Omo should really understand that it's called the winning dance. So the victory dance only needs to be made after they win. So unfortunately, that would be the only thing I change, man. If PDR Esports wants to change anything, they should dance after the series is over. Apart from that, I feel like, my comments, bro. I've been trying to point that out throughout the whole matchup, especially at Control earlier on, where the overextension's just purely unnecessary, right? Earlier on at Hardpoint, it was a good matchup. It was a good fight coming through from the players of PDR Esports, but Susano was a pain in their neck. He held on to all of those spawns like a king, and he didn't allow those players to get through him. And so many of those gunfights came down to whether or not Susano will be able to hold on to those spawns, and he did that successfully.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of the anchor or objective role that has been done by Susano that really bring in and change the pace for this game. And we talked about roles being taken by other members of other teams earlier, and that is what really changes it. If you can stick to your role and maintain what you have, especially for if you're an anchor or an objective game objective player, then you are assigned to either take a hold of the spawns to turn it around for the side of the anchor, as well as go and take those points for the side of hard point, as well as in control. And that is what, like, the improvements that we've seen from all these teams has brought in great strides of taking all 3-0s or even 2-1s into the game. But as we look in, we mentioned Susano earlier on, but as we look into Soldier of the Game, Freezy right now is in here. Soldier of the Game with 26.67 in average kills. That is a lot coming from this young kid right here, and 1.74 on a KDA. And there is a little bit of aggression from this team of RTL. Thus, the KDA is like, it's not the 2.0 or the getting closer to 2.0, but 1.74 really is a high KDA for Freezy right here. Am I right, AJ?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And by the way, if you guys are wondering exactly how we collect all of this data, it's not just from this series, but this is accumulated over all 4 series that Freezy has played. And this is the data that we've been able to derive from those matches. And this guy is stacked, man. I mean, when you're hitting, on average close to 30 kills, on average 10 assists out there on the battlefield, and you've got a KD of 1.74, you're a stacked player in the competition. And RTL Esports, they've managed to show that not only can they take those engagements, those gunfights are all solid, but their strategy, their map control is very, very admirable. And that's what you got to love about RTL Esports, nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is still a lot of love from PDR Esports, but this time RTL Esports really showed us that they are a team to be reckoned with. But so far, that ends it for the 3rd series of today. We are jumping into the 4th later on, but we are going for the break. So hope you like and share this stream, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of news today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Garena Masters Season 3, Day number 6, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. And we are now jumping in onto the last series of the day. And this is familiar names because this is a fresh battle that we have seen from the previous day. But still, on the caster desk, we are your host and caster. I am your host right now, Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, together with the amazing shoutcasters, the Mustachio AJ and Fasha Bani. And let me ask you this, AJ. I mean, we've seen other teams who fought in earlier or would have a great gaps between them. But this time, they just came from day number 5 and they're battling it out again. What do you think might happen within these two teams?
I think ACNO Finesse has an opportunity to make a strong statement in here, but it's all going to depend on who had more time to grind on the new patch before this competition, who had more time to get used to the KSP and the kickback of that recoil before this the start of their series, right? And even if they had not done that as soon as the patch was available on the update, they had the time to prepare when they were watching the first 3 series. Even if they did not have the time to find out exactly what meta works in terms of testing it out for themselves in practice, they could have seen from the matches of all of these teams that have taken the win as to which gun gives you the most advantage out there on the battlefield. So I hope to see the players of ACNO Finesse bring this into play. And if you're talking about the strategy, they have most definitely been challenged quite a number of times, but we saw signs of life in them against Sector Zero. But the signs of life just could not be translated into wins except for that one single round where for some weird reason, Sector Zero just got extremely nerfed and we saw ACNO Finesse take a 3-0 victory, right? That's the quality of ACNO Finesse we need to see if they are hoping to take this away from the Huntsmen.
Yeah, and there you have it. As we recap what happened within the day, it is a 3-0 for the first 3 series of this day. Sem9 wasn't able to make it through. 1 point against Almighty. The same goes for NV Doctors, and they went against Smart Omega. When we thought that PDR Esports and RTL Esports really are a balance in terms of this competition, RTL Esports really proved us wrong, taking all those 3 wins against PDR's Esports, but they came close from the early part of that series. But as we go in on to the 4th series, ACNO Finesse and the HUNTSMEN, well, as AJ mentioned, they really need to move up, step up right now for the sides of ACNO Finesse. Otherwise, HUNTSMEN, or we might be seeing yet another 3-0 in this game. But so far, we have seen ACNO Finesse in these matches, and later on, we're going to see the lineup of this team. But Fasha, what can you say about these members of the team? Who do you think will be popping off right here, and who are you looking forward to see pop off in this game?
Actually, I'm pretty much looking forward to all of them because so far right now, most of them are actually having a slight bad KDA on their side, but hopefully all of them will pitch themselves up, especially on the side of Dre, because I know for a fact that Dre can do better because I've seen him before, but on the other hand, I felt like Azra, he needs to be more sustainable to actually make sure that the formation of their own team, because as a team leader captain, he's the glue to every single one of them. So this is something that the captain needs to actually figure out how the rest of the leaders of the team itself, the best of the best inside the group stage of the Garena Masters, does it when it comes to leading their teams into the victory. So ACNO Finesse as a whole rounder, the whole team, yes, they need to work together, but as the captain himself, he needs to figure out what is the best formation when it comes to fighting with their enemy. So that is my thought, Nat.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. It's more of the in-game leader, really, that will be the guy who will teach or tell these guys to really step up. And if the in-game leader really is not stepping up on his own, he really needs to work in internally first, and then it will reflect towards the rest of the teams. But that is like I would say easier said than done, especially as they battle it on in here against some of the best teams in the competition. But moving in on to this team, so we've seen Active Finesse already. Moving in this team of the Huntsmen, and this is no stranger to competitions just like this. I mean, we've seen them go and fight, and I think they have a similar tenure when it comes to the competition, similar to Sem 9, but with Derp, Alfari, Speed, Asmal, Raven, and Nochi. AJ, your thoughts of this team of the Huntsmen?
I feel like the Huntsmen are a cut above the players of ACNO Finesse at the very moment, with Raven being the overall massive damage dealer alongside Speed out there on the battlefield. And when you hop into SND, their latest acquisition, Nochi, is just a truly stellar player, right? He manages to not only bring the pressure onto the opponents, but he also picks up all of those very important kills for the team of Huntsmen in those non-respawn matches. And that's what's going to be making them dangerous. Speed, he will be the heavy hitter on all of those respawns. And as long as these three players can keep up the pressure, they are going to be all right. But you know, when you also have a few players on the side of Huntsmen that are not performing in the name of Asmal, Derp, and Alfari, you think you might be worried, but no, these guys have proven in the past that they are the better ones on the team, right? They're just having a slow start in the competition. Maybe in the second half, that's where they'll step up. So if you've got already half of the team performing well and the other half full of potential, I feel like Huntsmen can go the distance here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've made that point as well from the earlier teams that we've seen earlier that for the side of Smart Omega, we've called out Idra, who's really not performing. But the moment that they jump into the game, we saw the performance. And I think it's a way of balancing everything. Yes, we have set of teams or half of the teams really performing in the earlier part of competitions, and then later on they switch it around because of the adjustment that they are doing with their gameplay. But as we look at the head-to-head right now, you can see a little bit of difference in terms of their KDA as well as the averages right now, still in favor of the Huntsman. But we'll have to find out if this will translate to what we're expecting. And like, as much as I don't want to say ACNO Finesse really might have a lot of trouble against the Huntsman right now, we might be seeing yet another 3-0 in this match. And I'd like to be proven wrong, because proving us wrong, especially on assumptions just like this, is a means that team are improving compared to their previous performance. But as we jump in onto the maps and modes, ACNO Finesse has taken out Takeoff as well as Annihilator from the operator skills. For the Huntsman side, they've taken out Hacienda and on Sparrow on the operator skills. Now jumping into Raid and Hardpoint, this it will be I would say the Hardpoint in Raid we've seen a lot of gameplay from this match, and I think between these two teams, I'm hoping that ACNO Finesse have a good game plan against the Huntsman. But speaking of game plan, we've seen several matches already on Hardpoint in Raid, and especially with the rotations right now and the power positions being taken, how important is that P1 really for this game, AJ?
You know, in terms of the Hardpoint matchup, when you look at ACNO Finesse picking Raid, you would think that they have a strong chance in here. But, they failed at raid twice already. And that exact same map is where Huntsmen have gotten the victory over Sector Zero as well as ACNO Finesse. So I'm not so sure exactly what's going through their minds, but maybe they want to prove a point out here, Neptune. But let's see exactly what they do. We'll catch up with you in a little bit, buddy. Let's see exactly how these two teams start things off here, Pasha.
Yes, sir. Reserve right there with the right tech on the side, making sure that they will be the one who defensive-wise, but straight away full all out going in for the B flags and not give. No, sorry to the P1, my bad. And on the other hand, for the side of ACNO Finesse, they're doing well, making sure that they go in for the rush. But the team of I'm so sorry, I'm lost in my words. Huntsman is doing well to control the one of the P1.
Exactly what they can do here, as P1 is dominated quite a bit by the Huntsmen before ACNO Finesse just slides on in there, and the winning condition here for ACNO Finesse is just holding off the perimeter. Laundry just needs to be taken over, and this is the God spawns. The gods of RNG giving ACNO Finesse the spawns out of Garden so they can take that backstab at Laundry, but instead of doing that, they all hop over to Kitchen so that they can play P2. They could have forced Huntsmen off of those scrap points as well. They are allowing the Malaysians to run away too much with the points here, Pasha.
Agreed, and right now with early rotation to the side of the team of Finesse, yet the team of Huntsman able to break it off, and right now P2 will be open up and Derp still maintained with the right tag, making sure that every single angle would taken out from themselves. A great well done job from our captain right here, but nevertheless here Finesse already waiting from that backstab. A wonderful job, kills after kills from the side of the Huntsman. On the other hand, Finesse not even a chance to break through.
1-on-1, 52-9. The numbers just do not look good for the players of ACNO Finesse. And each and every single time they take those one-on-one engagements, they are just dying off. In terms of engagement, the Huntsmen, on the other hand, just seem absolutely ready for this fight. None of the players on the side of ACNO Finesse have surpassed the 5-kill point so far. And Huntsmen are just taking them to town, dominating these hard points. And ACNO Finesse once again goes in for the super early rotation to hold on to the hard point. Now, this is something that I absolutely hate from teams, right? You've got a lot of time to play on that map, and you go in for a super early rotation thinking that you're losing out on your gunfight. But can you hold on to the defense as that hard point opens up? If ACNO Finesse can do that, they are going to be on the winning side this time round. But a single player left onto that hard point before it even activates, and Notchi is already there for the challenge. ACNO Finesse better have a better plan than this, Fasha.
They have Swiss right there as a solo player. He maintains, he kills each and every one of them despite the team of Huntsman coming in. But Swiss as a solo player, he does it out, and with Strafs coming in as a backup as well, which is a great well done. Just a nick of time. They're holding out. This is the money hill for their side. We know for a fact that this is the kills that hard to break but easy to defend, and that's what Finesse is doing. But unfortunately right here, Asma comes through. He takes down one. He shuts down two with the help of Derp as well. They finally break the heels.
Superb play by the Huntsmen. And now 23 seconds to go. Will ACNO Finesse go in for the fight? They've got the numbers, they've got the spawns out of passageway, and they shove their numbers in there. One player on the side of ACNO Finesse rotating around from the side of Central Garden. They need the numbers to pick away those scrap points, but instead they keep sending their numbers for early rotations. They're not going to be able to win this game if they continuously give away all of those free points to the side of Huntsman without that engagement at all, right? And you can see Huntsman forcing some of those early rotations as well. And those are the times where you can see ACNO Finesse supposedly capitalizing on those scrap points, but just not played at all, Pasha. They're playing into the hands of the Huntsman.
Agreed, and Huntsman is doing well, doing the early rotation despite whatever. They don't even need to stick together. They just hold it out. Raven right here at the bar side. He sprays with the purifier. He doesn't get one, but he will wait for it. He just want to make sure he gets it. But finally, Swiss will be shot down, will be burned alive, and one more place to go. Straff is right there on the stair side. He takes Nerves as well, but nevertheless, Joke takes down Raven. But it's gonna be enough time for the side of the Derp to give enough points. So the side of Derp is just gonna hold it out right here on that P4. This is the basketball that is doing well for the Finesse. Unfortunately, they're not gonna get in. But right now, Straff comes in and he's gonna fix up and he spawns Asma. Can he get in? But Asma will be shut down as well.
I want you guys to look at the mini-map, look at the movements of Azra, look at the movements of, Joke. The players are inside of P5, rotating away from the hard point. I'm not so sure what is ACNO Finesse doing out there on the battlefield, but they're running away from these hard points and they're allowing Huntsmen to slay them halfway through as they make those very unnecessary long rotations around the whole map of Raid. They're going sightseeing. They're not even playing this matchup, Pasha.
I mean, I don't know, man, but Finesse still tried to get that early rotation. All right, with the P4, P5 right here on the stage, with Nochi spraying out, clearing out every single one from the square, and with the cluster strike already been put out, not even a chance for the Finesse to come in. This is going to be a great job for the team of Huntsmen to even get much point for themselves.
And all of the Huntsmen players now hopping on into the hard point. Once again, ACNO Finesse has the opportunity for the backstab here. They move through safe room. Azmal tries to control one player. A little scrappy in terms of the engagement. And the opportunity for Swiss to drop in and take him out of the equation fails as well. And ACNO Finesse, they continue to struggle with their engagements on the battlefield alongside those rotations. One more early rotation will kill me, but that's exactly what ACNO Finesse does once again. And this time, the XS1 Goliath is brought out by Derp. Let's see exactly how ACNO deals with this.
I don't want he's tried to do it with the Purifier, trying to actually exert a lot of pressure to that. Goliath is not going to be doing enough, and now he spots Smith as well. He will shut them down, making sure that the early rotation of that P1 will be taken out from the side of the Huntsman. And nevertheless, Azmal here is just on a slay kill. He's just going on streaks, over streak, making sure that no one from the Finesse gets in. And right now, going in from the square side, they're not going in as a team. They're just scattered around, and Jokes coming in for the push, but will be taken down by Azmal this time.
You gotta love the defense coming through from the players of Huntsmen, right? Taking care of that hard point, smoking out pillars, making sure the access from Central Garden is gonna be cut off. And just when they thought they were gonna lose that hard point, they drop the cluster strike, give themselves an extra bit of defense. And this is what's better than that cluster strike drop and defense, right? They send away all of their players to take that rotation because they know the combination of that cluster strike with just one objective player is gonna be more than enough to pick up those final few points. Huntsmen have dominated this whole matchup against ACNO Finesse in terms of map control as well as engagements when it comes down to those gunfights. And ACNO Finesse, unfortunately, have been outclassed here, Fasha.
Outclassed indeed, and with Azmal, with the Purifier, he's going to freeze out everyone, making sure that the OBJ will not be taken out. Still being contested. ACNO Finesse still trying to go in with the front side, but the numbers already stacked up for the Huntsmen, and they win this first round.
Very disappointing showing by ACNO Finesse. This is the worst performance, I believe, that they have shown us throughout the whole group stage. And once again, I will not understand for the life of me as to why this was that map pick. Please correct me if I'm wrong. ACNO Finesse did win that coin toss, right, Neptune?
Well, I believe so, but I think it's to the point as well that you mentioned earlier that they want to make a point, but this is not a way of making that point, especially losing with this kind of points. And looking at this mode, I mean, specifically for hard point, it's rotation, spawn control, and mechanical skills that they need, the teams need to work on, but looking at the game that we've seen, and no offense for ACNO Finesse, it's just what we are seeing. It was not evident from this team right here. And the Huntsmen, we have seen the hunger from them, even if they know they have great advantage already when it comes to the points. They didn't slow down, even for the final moment. They put out everything from that game. Thus, we can feel how much hungry the Huntsmen has been in this competition, and they really want to prove themselves. They want to increase their chance of stepping in onto that top two. Now, looking at the points right now, it's 33 against 250. I would agree with you, AJ. It's very disappointing to see this kind of scores, but hopefully ACNO Finesse will be able to make it work on Search and Destroy. But as we mentioned earlier, there are only a few members of the teams that can put it up against Huntsmen. And with Huntsmen as well, with the experience that they have on this game and the Search and Destroy firing range with the OG map as well, I'm looking at a dominant win as again for the side of Huntsman. But that yet to be seen as we jump into the game. Hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers right now, ACNO Finesse will pull out something from their sleeves. But casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. As the players of Huntsman start this matchup off, it is a straight rush in towards that B bomb side, but at the very same time, it's a cautious rush, right? They only send 2 players in, 3 on the other hand, just playing that distraction over at the A bomb side, and that distraction hasn't been executed to perfection just yet. 1 player on the overextension on the side of Huntsman will be dropped, and that initial engagement is solid for ACNO Finesse, but the bomb is still alive and kicking, Vasha.
Yep. ALMGHTY coming through from the B flag, and this is amazing. They're actually splitting up, making a little bit confusion for the side of the Finesse. Here, Lift all alone, spots 1. He will be spraying, but unfortunately, 1 player coming through for the auto repair. He's already waiting. He will be waiting to actually hold it out, but reposition himself. Not gonna put him on the cornering side. He goes into the trailer side, but spots someone, and Raven shuts him down instead.
And good play, good engagements from the side of Huntsman. They were always going to win that initial round with the way it was set up. Just 1 defender over the B bomb side, just not enough. But obviously, ACNO Finesse just going into commit towards that A bomb side, right? And once again, they do the exact same thing, overcommitting 4 players into that A bomb side. But this is the best way that they can do to win those gunfights, and Lift gets 2. That's a beautiful start.
Yup, beautiful start indeed. 3 players will maintain. A great number comes through and will be shut down by Speed instead. Swiss, on the other hand, switch side, and he's holding off from that long range A. Will be trying to figure out any of the glitch or any of the blind side from the side of the Huntsman, but does not spot anyone. Huntsman is just still maintaining, not gonna go for the overextension, just waiting for the right time to go in, but Derp will be taken down instead by Joke.
Good plays coming through from Huntsman. The numbers on the side of the players of ACNO Finesse. So the win is on their side. You just have to play this slowly, play this safe. Strafe has got the CBR4. Hasn't really caught up with the current meta just yet. Tags up Speed, drops him as well. And that just makes this all equal. In terms of the positioning here coming through from ACNO Finesse, this has been their best round. But look at the smarts out of Raven. Immediately rotating back towards that A-bomb side after he wins that gunfight. This is a smart move.
Ooh, this is a smart move there, but somehow he missed the chance. He tried to spray to switch side, but missing an opportunity, but will be stacked out by 2 players. But he finally takes down Joe. 1 more play to go. 1v1 right here. Raven knows where it is, but unfortunately, the switching side is just too long to be taken from the team of Huntsman.
But you see what I mean? That the positioning by the Huntsman players are just so much more cleaner, so much more better, right? But in the defense of ACNO Finesse, they have not made as many mistakes as Huntsman in the past to learn from. Huntsman, on the other hand, we've seen their failing, Pasha, and they've learned from all of those mistakes. And this supreme side of Huntsman, was not born overnight. So let's see if or not ACNO Finesse can use that as a bit of motivation to step up right back against these Malaysian players. For the time being, ACNO Finesse, their numbers do not look strong in this round.
Ooh, with Derp getting that quick hawk scope. Amazing job right there with the bomb going in from the B side. 2 players coming through. He doesn't get 1, but ALMGHTY will be able to take that 1 player. Sorry, Raven will be able to take down. Joke, on the other hand, is already waiting at the auto repair. He's the only one left right here. Bomb will be punted now, but on the backside, Joke does not see him, and Derp will be shutting him down instead.
I mean, once again, it is all of those angles, all of those rotations from the side of Huntsman that they control so much more better on firing range that is catching out ACNO Finesse round after round. And this is just 2-1. ACNO Finesse can still bring in those adjustments. Overcommitting into that A-bomb side has been a norm now for the side of ACNO Finesse, and they stack their numbers. But lucky for them, the players of Huntsman are going towards the exact same spot. What was unplanned was dealing with Derp and then wallbang.
Joke also gets speed right there. On the other hand, Lift is already waiting at the trailer side. Numbers, really good side from the Huntsman, but nevertheless, ACNO Finesse wants to do a rotation as well. But Ezra will be taken down. Strife also will be taken down. 1 more play to go. Derp comes in to rush it out with the Alka, and he will shut down Lift as well.
This is a opportunity for ACNO Finesse to look deep inside and just figure out exactly how they want to take this matchup, right? When a play is not working, you have to think of how you can switch it up on the battlefield and not keep focusing in for the exact same setup. Once again, they overcommit into that A bomb side. They keep playing the exact same strategy again and again and again, trying to catch out the players of Huntsman. But Huntsman are keeping it fresh round after round. They are catching out the players of ACNO Finesse, and now a very clean opener into that B bomb side already. The players are rushing in for the defense, but ACNO Finesse are already starting off a little slow and a little soft.
Yep, the speed comes through from the mid lane. Will be spotted out by Liv. Liv going in for the overextension. He shuts down one. He will be taken out by Riven as well. But number still stacks out. A really good job from the Liv to actually overcome it. But then we got Azra with a double kill as well. And now a respawn well coming through from the team of ACNO FINESSE.
You know what's the winning formula here for ACNO FINESSE? Just taking it slow and not engaging early against the players of HUNTSMEN. In fact, ACNO FINESSE just needs to play for retakes here. The players of HUNTSMEN usually drop their guard once they are already at that bomb site. Before that bomb site, they are super aggressive looking for kills. ACNO FINESSE just needs to learn that strategy, learn that pacing from HUNTSMEN and slow things down on their side. Give away that bomb site and try to play some of those backstabs. That A site this time, once again, overrun by their own players. And once HUNTSMEN pushes deep into that bomb site, there's nowhere else to run, Fasha. And they keep getting caught out.
Yep. But then again, now they responded well from the side of the A long, and a little bit overextension has caused them their own life speed still maintained at that wooden clock. And right now, they're pushing it to the side of B. And nevertheless, right now, with the rotation to the side of the HUNTSMEN, the team of ACNO FINESSE does not even know what is going on. It's going to be slow for the rotation. Am I right, AJ?
Yep, this needs to be smoked out for the players of HUNTSMEN to take the plant. Azmal already there without the smoke, gets tagged up. But Strafe cannot get overexcited and step on in. The numbers still against him. Needs to wait for the backup. This is the kind of ACNO FINESSE that I like. Playing the numbers well. But my question is, what is Liv doing?
Ooh, I'm not sure. The respond well is not doing well, but he's going into the tunnel side. Hopefully, he will be able to backstab it. But Swiss on the other end just looking for the time. But unfortunately, Liv will be denied the entrance. And nevertheless, Nochi shuts down two players straight away from the mid lane. Just tagging along, doing a wonderful job for the HUNTSMEN.
I mean, I understand Liv trying to play it slow. I asked them to play it slow. But once the bomb gets planted, the response needs to be instantaneous. He needs to back Strafe up. And Strafe, he already knew the position of those players. He could have played a good game. He could have played a good round. Zero backup in that situation. And ACNO FINESSE just cannot allow their players, out there without any support whatsoever. Very poor showing from ACNO FINESSE in that round, Fasha. No surprise that they lost it, but they still have many more rounds to make that comeback in here, unless, of course,
I mean, they gotta do that communication, and speed shuts down Strafe with a great communication giving out from the side of HUNTSMEN. They know where to be right now, and speed shuts down Liv as well. One more play to go. Swift is just running away with this equation, but somehow the moment that Nochi comes through, he want to make to the wall bang, but Swiss will be playing a little bit of teasing. Nochi holding back on the side, but once he repositioned himself, will be taken down by... Oh, but Swiss takes down Nochi as well, but no, Revan will be coming for the backup. Shuts down Swiss as well. Just a little slight off from the HUNTSMEN, but it's okay. Still a good position for themselves with the number stacked up.
5-2, awesome stuff. And it seems like ACNO FINESSE are very slowly finding the formula that works in this matchup. And now, with the bomb in hand, they take the attack straight towards that A bomb site. Look at how HUNTSMEN deals with it on the defensive side. Not overestimating, at the very same time, not really over-investing their players into that bomb site. This is a good retake setup coming through from the HUNTSMEN. They just need to win the gunfights on the way there. And Azmal just needs to go in for that backstab. And he does. Asra gets taken down. And HUNTSMEN once again in control.
The over-exert power coming in from the side of ACNO FINESSE. I know this is desperation towards their side, but then again, it's only giving more power for the HUNTSMEN to take over. And right now, with match point from the side of HUNTSMEN, ACNO FINESSE cannot make any more mistakes, especially with being led already with 4 points. I don't know what the team of ACNO FINESSE can do right now. Only Miracle can save them. With Dirk right now already spotted out, we'll give the information, throw a little bit of nades right now. And again, the team of ACNO FINESSE will almost exit it, but the backs are coming in from Nochi right now will take down and will give a lot from Light of ACNO FINESSE. Didn't know what happened, but Swiss will be doing the backup. Takes down Nochi and Raven as well. Going in for the wooden side. Doesn't know where is the enemy, but will spot one. But the threat in this play shuts him down instead, AJ.
Oh, this is unfortunate. And Joke shuts down. Great engagement. It's now a 1v1. It's all about positions that they hold on to. It's sniper versus sniper. Derp has got the advantage here. He doesn't really need to rush away. He spots the player who moves on straight towards the B bomb site. But the question is, bomb, where is it? On the ground. A little unfortunate for the attacking side of ACNO FINESSE, Fasha.
Everything I need is on the ground, boy. On the ground. Get the bomb. But on the other hand, will be taken down by Dub. Does spot him out. But both of them are chigging all out, teasing a little bit. But spots come through and Dub will be taken out if there's no chance at all for Joke to take over. But Joke does not take any more risks. He just wants to spam it all with his Peacekeeper.
Awesome stuff. Match point for the players of Huntsmen, but ACNO Finesse, they're finding their momentum in this matchup. They want to make that comeback, but now pressure on the shoulders most definitely evident. Joe, good play with the trophy systems. Not going to get caught out just yet because Huntsmen are not over-investing their players into that A side, like what ACNO Finesse was doing earlier on. Great backstab by Azmal as he shuts down Joke. And Azmal has another opportunity here. Strafe just walks straight into his crosshair, but Azmal could not take advantage.
And now Nochi going into the wooden side. Unfortunately, Azrael will shut him down as well. Now ACNO Finesse, a little bit Finesse coming in from their side and fighting off. But Raven shuts down two players, but Liv will be shutting him down. But Liv is left all alone. 1v2 right now. He sprays out to Speed, but Speed with the speed of the Flash shuts down and getting that last point for the team of Huntsmen.
Oh, instantaneous, energy boost for the players of Huntsmen. And if that first victory wasn't enough, they round things up in S&D as well before we head into control. And now the most challenging mode for the Huntsmen to play. But the one advantage they hold over ACNO Finesse is the fact that they've already beaten them 3-0 at control. But ACNO Finesse is the same team that has shown signs of life at control when they took on Sector 0. And they have shown slight signs of life in the first two matches in here as well. Hopefully, they can really step it up in that final matchup, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And going back to Search and Destroy, I mean, the intention is good for the side of ACNO Finesse, but it's more of the delayed reposition that ACNO Finesse needs to work on. That is what their weakness is. It was shown earlier, especially in the 3v3 that we've seen early from, if I'm not mistaken, that was around number 3. And taking 1 point from them, they became complacent. They maintained the same approach, and it has been pointed out by AJ so many times. And the only time that they can get a point against the Huntsmen is when they change their approach, they change their tactics. But it went a little bit too late, as well as the rotation of this team. ACNO Finesse has been predictable from this game, and it's more of the information gameplay that Huntsmen really played into. Thus, they were able to take this win on to Search and Destroy. And going back to your point as well, on to the control mode, though, yes, they can show great potential in here on this map, as they took one win against Sector 0, but going against the Huntsmen once again, well, we'll have to find out if this will be a 2-2-1, but with the motivation that we've seen from ACNO Finesse, it's not looking good for them. So we might expect a 3-0 win right here. But here comes the start of the game. Control mode is now on, and the casters take it away.
Thank you very much, Neptune. We'll catch up with you in a little bit as standoff opens up. It's a very quick-moving Huntsman. The first segment of that A flag already secured, and they're moving in to control that second segment as well. The backup coming through from ACNO Finesse, just a little bit soft, Fasha, surprisingly.
I mean, even Dove just takes off Liv. Liv didn't even realize that Dove was right there. He just jumped straight right on the frame of Dove. Nevertheless, right here, ACNO Finesse trying to do a little bit of damage control, but no, the team of Huntsmen will not allow it. E will be taken straight away, and number stacks out to the side of the team of Huntsmen. Will be going in for the bakery side, just gonna spray it out, but nevertheless, ACNO Finesse also want to respond it well. Will be taking out few of the players, making sure that the B still stands for the team of ACNO Finesse.
You gotta love Huntsmen. Look at them taking that backstab, and they overextend around the warehouse and the warehouse shortcuts. They want to spawn trap the team of ACNO Finesse, whereas their two objective players move on forth and grab that flag away. This is just brilliant in terms of strategy coming through from the Huntsman, Fasha.
A great deal coming in with Azmal right now.
Wow.
Oh, well done job. Now they already pushed through to the B flag. No chance whatsoever. On the other hand, ACNO Finesse is just scatting around. They're missing all the opportunity to take down Huntsman. But Huntsman, with a great formation, not going to go in for any side of the team of ACNO Finesse. But nevertheless, right now, pulls through with 3v1 right here. Spray it out with ACNO Finesse. Come through with Straff right here with a melee. Shuts down one, but Drop is already there with the Alcor.
The damage has been done already, and that one overextension by the side of Huntsman was all that was needed. And now, just 2 more slays. There's no way ACNO Finesse is going to turn this around. Looking at the mechanical capabilities of those players earlier on through those engagements, we know how this is going to end up. It's 8 lives to 1. ACNO Finesse cannot lose a single gunfight, and they seem to be dealing with the situation quite well. With 1 minute and 31 seconds left on the clock, Huntsman just need to rotate around, get a backstab onto these players, especially with the position that we saw Nochi lead in with earlier on at the Guerrilla base. And it's all over. Stellar setup from the players of Huntsmen, and we talked about how Control was one of their weakest game modes. It seems like they have truly gone in and focused on those rotations, focused on how to control Control in itself. Love it from Huntsmen.
Agreed. They finally pulled through with the lift ticks down straight away, making sure that they will not actually hold every single momentum they have. Will be spotting out one player, gonna go in for the wall bang, but does not spot anyone yet. Well, the rest of the players goes in for the rush from the D flags as well as the A flag. Every step to the way, when they spread it out, they will take down one. On the other hand, the team of ACNO Finesse will be cornered out right here. Strive just doing well, but unfortunately, Nochi will freeze him out straight away with that Purifier. He spots one, he takes another step, reposition himself, trying to look for the rest of the player from the ACNO Finesse and takes another one, but unfortunately will be shot down by Azra instead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Malaysian, you will say Huntsman sedang nganjing. They're just taking the fight up to the spawns of ACNO Finesse, spawn trapping them, dominating them, not allowing them to step on out of their spawns and pick a single flag. Look at that. Not a single marker placed on those flags, A or B, because of what the Huntsmen are doing to ACNO Finesse out there. Not allowing them to step out. But Huntsmen, they have to watch out now. That A flag almost conquered as Lift brings out the Purifier. This is a great adjustment from ACNO Finesse, making quick work of the time that they have.
They do. They go in. They saw how it was when it comes to Huntsman coming in to bring out the fight. They also bring out the fight. They bring out that Purifier, shut down everyone. 2 players come through, finally clear out everyone, and finally the number stacks out for the Finesse, but it's also tied out. The number still goes out. Both of these teams still has number left for their life. But on the other hand, will be taken down by Swiss with a great composure at that hotel side.
And you know what I love about ACNO Finesse? They are punishing Huntsmen for overstepping their boundaries. Huntsmen did not need to overextend. Huntsmen did not need to spawn trap. Huntsmen just needed to play a little bit of distraction, but they got overexcited. And with overconfidence comes a little bit of punishment, but ACNO Finesse seem to be losing out 1 too many gunfights back to back. 3 versus 4 lives. ACNO Finesse had the advantage, and right now we are gone back to the advantage on the side of Huntsmen. How is this even possible, Basha?
I don't know, man, because the fact is, despite the overextension, they didn't want to they didn't want to respond, but finally takes down double kill, and no matter how the stacks is, ACNO Finesse finally pulls through and finally gets 1 point for themselves, AJ.
Sebab tu Eja kata jangan nganjing. You cannot go and overextend. You cannot punish players like that. I mean, it's good that the players of Huntsman are dominating ACNO Finesse, but overextending, showing the disrespect for the team, that's exactly where you're going to get punished, right? And it's not just against ACNO Finesse, it's against any of those teams out there. You cannot underestimate your opponents. And this time round, look at ACNO Finesse. They have gotten that excitement. They have gotten the confidence to take this fight up now. And Huntsmen are slowing their pace down. ACNO Finesse, this is what they need to take advantage of. This momentum that they've built up for themselves.
Agreed. And with right now, ACNO Finesse coming in from the broken wall, gonna go in for the throwing of the nades, but somehow the Derb will be coming for the backstab, but Joke will not allow it. Will make sure that everything will be clear out for that tank side. And now we'll be making in the anchor side of right here, looking for one player, does not spot one, but in the end, Speed shuts him down instead and clearing out every single lane. And this is beautiful coming in from the Huntsman. A good respawn, despite they know that the overextension was over the roof, but now they finally play like a true soldier.
And what the Huntsmen need to do now is just play the exact same strategy all over again. Send in that overextension, send in the distraction over at the warehouse and secure that A flag. But ACNO Finesse seems to have woken up the beast inside of them. And those engagements seem to be as clean as they have ever been. Raven, as he drops strafe, they still do not have a lot of control on this matchup just yet. But the saving grace here is players of Huntsmen, they are on the attack, and ACNO Finesse just needs to lock down their defense and stop them in their way, and they're succeeding for the time being.
They are succeeding, but the numbers of lives still stacks up for the side of Huntsmen. If they get more of the kills, winning those gunfights, still it will goes out to the team of Huntsmen. And with 10 lives to go, the team of ACNO Finesse needs to defend it well, but Swiss will be able to take down Nochi. But nevertheless, the trade-off comes in from the side of the Huntsmen. Right here, we got Joe with the Purifier. Sports 1, but unfortunately will be taken out by Azmal. And Liv, on the other hand, will be maintaining at this B flag.
Oh, great adjustments from Huntsmen, making sure they control the map, making sure they control the matchup as well. And this time, you don't see those overextensions, right? Very clear, calm, composed team of Huntsmen, just focusing on those gunfights. Swiss wastes one shot of that gravity vortex gun, does not bag a lot of those players. As he gets taken out of the equation, it will be the Huntsmen picking up the second one, just one round away from wrapping this up. And if Huntsmen did not overextend earlier on, Fasha, we would have seen an easy 3-0.
I mean, I guess Huntsmen also have this desperation to actually finish it off quick and easy, but little do they know it's not going to be easy when it comes to ACNO Finesse. And maybe, like you said, when it comes to underestimating, you never know which button to push, and that was the button that the team of ACNO Finesse did. And right there, Nochi comes in, and this is the overextension we're talking about. They want to go in for the spawn trap with the Purifier, and they had Nochi takes down one, but they want to play safe. They don't going to go in for all out. They just want to go back and forth from the side of the ACNO Finesse. On the other hand, Nochi right here is already inside the blue house, looking for the opportunity. They really want to go in for this out, for this last game, AJ.
Oh, fantastic plays coming through, and it looks like the Huntsmen are not dropping a single life, except that one that they dropped initially at the start of the matchup. Instead, they eat up ACNO Finesse like it is dinner. This is supper that the Huntsmen could not have just yet because Grab has closed most of the stores already. The boys just want to eat up ACNO Finesse instead. 6 more lives to sustain. Make that 5. This is a GGWP. Huntsmen, this is what they're truly capable of if they don't get cheeky out there on the battlefield.
Agreed. And with one more play to go, one more life, and Div takes it for the cake. The win for this last round. Make it a 3-0 for the entire games of HUNTSMEN Finesse versus Huntsmen's.
Oh, fantastic, man. You see the cheeky smile on Dev's face. They know what they did. They know exactly why they took that L earlier on in one of those rounds. But the adjustment, right? You really got to fall in love with the charisma that the Huntsmen players have within them these days when they step out there for a game of Call of Duty Mobile. Absolutely fantastic. And they're so inspirational. They are a true inspiration for all Malaysian teams to show that if you dream, it can be possible, but you just have to put the work in. You got to fail a few times before you see victory. And this is the Huntsmen seeing victory.
And I would agree. I mean, the Huntsman right now has been in a lot of like the big journey in this and all the competition they jump into. And I would say, I mean, I hate to say it, but I would say it was a good run for ACNO Finesse, but unfortunate for them, like they weren't able to make much of the control in this game. I mean, it was a great spawn control for the side of the Huntsman, and this is their weakest mode, I would say, from what the data that we read earlier. But they did their homework, and no greater time to show and apply those what they learned. And this is the time they can put it. But they went in a little bit too much of a confidence, as you mentioned, AJ. There was a lot of overextension for the side of Huntsman, and that was what was taken advantage of ACNO Finesse. And though they were able to get that 1 point, it didn't translate to that number 3 round, and they just let go of that one flag. And then with less numbers, it's Huntsman who were able to take their time. They took it slow because of the learning that they got, and they just went in for the killing spree. And well, for number 4, it was a very, very quick round. With that adjustment of the gameplay that they have, it's easy for them to clear out ACNO Finesse from the game. And I would agree as well of the potential of the Huntsman really making those quick adjustments within the game, and also doing their homework, knowing that control is not their best mode. A lot of great potential for the teams, and looking forward to more from the Huntsman. For the side of ACNO Finesse, I mean, I would say there's a young team for jumping into the Garena Masters, and there's a lot of experiences and as well as mistakes that they need to learn and work on for them to work like move similar to what we've seen from the Huntsmen from every competition way back from last year and even earlier than that. But there we have it, guys. The three games from this series taken by the Huntsmen. Yet another 0-3 in the or from this day. Well, 0-3s all the way, not really giving out that much from the opposing teams who are bringing home the donut. Hopefully, they are hungry because there's a lot of donuts in here that has been served. Well, AJ and Fasha, that was a great match between all this. Though the
Oh yeah.
scores are really one-sided, but the changes as well as like not only for this last series, but the changes that has been done by other teams from the earlier series that we've seen really shows us that there are great improvement that can be done by a team, and hopefully the viewers will also get that from your side. More of the mistakes and losses that you take in life will only be worth it if you will turn around and learn from it and then try your best the next day. But so far, Fasha, throwing the question to you, what do you think is the best moment in this game between ACNO Finesse and the Huntsmen?
I mean, I gotta say, there were times that we were thinking that maybe there is a chance, there is a potential, hasn't been tapped yet from the team of ACNO Finesse, but yet they keep on making some mistakes. And Huntsman's, this is probably, we might probably call it experience versus the newbies. And Huntsman has already struggled with a lot of the failures that we already talked about. They have been going through a lot of the journeys from this tournaments, from each tournament to tournaments, and this is what has been put out right here. And compared to the ACNO Finesse, something that, I mean, there's a reason why they're here. They have qualified itself from the 256 team itself, but somehow when you are playing with the big guys, with the big boys right here, it's gonna be a little bit more tougher. And I think this is not what the ACNO Finesse has already expected on. But when they respond well, they read it out, they actually get a little good on their side. They have that momentum. Maybe it just needs more patching up and a little bit more training and practice when it comes to fighting inside a tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of improvements can be done, and I'm just looking forward to the time where ACNO Finesse will be able to grow, similar to what we've seen from the other teams. And I would point out the Huntsman is one of those teams as well. Going over to you, AJ. I mean, we've seen the growth and the journey of the Huntsman, and
Yep.
as you can see from the game itself that we've from all the three games from this series, do you think the Huntsmen are really on their way to go and take their name higher in this competition?
I think that they already have, right? Even in Garena Masters 2, Huntsmen have already proven themselves. But it doesn't matter if you can win it once, if you can make it to the playoffs once. You gotta do it twice in a row. You gotta show us that you can keep on taking it further and further every single time you try. And Huntsmen very clearly have shown that they've got the qualities to do that. But I want to bring into focus that one round where they lost to ACNO Finesse because they overextended, because they got cheeky, because they got a little, overexcited with how well they were doing in that matchup. If a team like ACNO Finesse, who are new in here, who are quite weak in terms of strategy and gunfights, can still turn things around against Huntsmen, imagine what the other teams can do. This is where Huntsman really needs to focus. They just need to focus on keeping their head down and moving forward one step at a time. And as long as they do that, they should be able to secure the best for themselves. But this one guy, Azmal, when the SVD got removed from the competitive scene, when it got banned out, you could immediately see Azmal's performance was affected on day number one. You could immediately see Azmal's performance wasn't the best in the first half of the double round robin. But this guy has managed to focus on exactly what can bring him right back up to the top. And this is where he is, in the position of soldier of the game once again. You got to be amazed with the effort this guy puts in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm amazed with the numbers as well that is in there on our screen. I mean, 3,000 on average scores and 2.21 on the KDA. I mean, this guy really has shown a great strides and great potential in every match that he jumped into. But as we end that match, that series against Huntsman and Hackno Finesse, we are going to look into the standings of how everyone on this competition are now faring against each other. Going into Group A, yes, we have Almighty right now with a 9-0 in there, leaving behind Sem 9 on a 2-7 on a win-loss ratio. CA Legacy really need to make their move because this is their chance to be able to go and probably tie it up against Sem 9 or probably go and take over them on this competition. But on Group B right now, that's a total of 12 matches that has been played by this whole group, and we have seen great dominance in here from Smart Omega, and this is where it turned around between the internal battle that I mentioned of RTL Esports and PDR Esports. That was a great turnaround, taking those three wins in this game and brings them to number 8. So it will be very difficult for PDR Esports and as well as NV Doctors in this match to go and catch up to them. And I think it paints a picture on who will be going in from this group. Now, from Group C, yes, we've seen Huntsman and ACNO FINESSE in this match that we've yet to see the Sector Zero play more matches to show us if they can get close against the Huntsman. But it's a good stride for the Huntsman right now, taking those wins. But a lot more will be seen from the other groups as we start match or as we go into match our day number 7 of the group stages. It will be on Saturday, same time and same platforms. We are going to start off with Sector Zero going against the Huntsman, and there's no rest for the Huntsman right here. I mean, it's back to back to back battle from them, but they will be joined by C8 United, Blacklist, and that would be ACNO Finesse going against West Point Mambolo Kings. For match number 3, that's C8 United going against Blacklist International Ultimate. And last but not least, it will be CKG Legacy and VVV Esports. That will be happening on Saturday, guys. So hopefully you are following as well, subscribing to our platforms, because a lot more will be happening in this group stages. And as we end all those games, all those series, any last words for our viewers right now? I'll start with you, Fasha Bani.
I want to say thank you to all the community. I saw a lot of the MYSD community giving support to the SAM 9, to the MV Doctors, as well as to the team of Huntsmen. Truly appreciate it. Please keep on supporting the community. If not, who else to support the community if not we as a community itself? But I want to see more of them. Please call out every single time there is an MYSD team, whether or not it's SAM 9 or is it NV Doctors or whether it is Huntsmen. Just support each and every single team, because we want the region fans to support themselves. So who else to support if not you as the region fan of the community itself? So thank you so much for those who have joined in, who have liked and shared the stream. Please keep on supporting this team. They are the ones who wants to go into the playoffs. So please stay tuned throughout this group stage. We still have 4 more days to go. 4 more days. There's a long journey for them, but there is a little bit time on ticking right now for them to qualify to the playoffs. So that is all for me to say. Thank you so much for everyone who have joined in.
All right. And AJ, and a few words for our viewers right now?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, a fantastic day, right? 3-0s, like you guys said, the donuts were all dished out. But my personal MVP for the day is the one and only Fasha Bunny, man. She started off the day with the hype, and she just did not take a single breather at all. She was on fire for all 4 series of the day. And that's exactly what I love, man. The kind of fire that this broadcast team brings to the table. And also how quickly production managed to get everything adjusted, right? Because the patch update just came out, and the UI changed, and the graphics needed to be tweaked a little bit as well. So production, fantastic job in the background. Overall, it was a great day, Neptune. I mean, no complaints from my side.
Yeah, no complaints from my side. I mean, great battles from here, despite of the scores being in there, donuts being dished out, a lot of excitement has been brought in. But there you have it, guys. For those of you watching, hopefully you have subscribed and follow the pages that we have right here. Neptune, Fasha, as well as AJ, thank you very much. We are going to end this day, so goodbye and good night. See you next time.
Take care.